Yo, yo, yo. What up, what up? It is Friday. Welcome, everybody. Great to see ya. Guys, today is the Kohberger hearing in Idaho. So we're on our way back. Hopefully, we will be streaming it live. I will have the link in the description for all of you. It is great to have y'all here. I'll be showing a couple of the little things before the hearings get started. Talking about some stuff, and then we'll get right into that when it goes down. So thank you for joining us today. Hit that like button. Share this out to everybody you think would want to be here. And as I always say, let's get this damn show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the True Crime Cafe. I am the Dago, as if you all didn't know that. Thank you for joining us today. As always, it's a absolute pleasure to be here with you all. My pleasure to be here with all of you. I appreciate every one of you guys for joining us today, guys. Please, if you will, if you can, share this out to anybody you think would want to come in here and hear my big mouth talking about this. And if you will, please hit that like button on the way through the door. Leave a little DNA for me so I can come back and find you later. I appreciate that so very much. It's great to have you here. As we look at another hearing in regards to Bryan Kohberger and the Idaho 4, guys. What a year and some months it's been, I'm telling you. This case is crazy, crazy, crazy. And then some. So we are back on it. Till it's over, guys. We'll always be here with it. So understand. It gets old at times, but we got to cover it, guys. We got to cover it. In the end, it's all about true justice for Maddie, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan, of course. And true justice in general, folks. That's what it's all about. So remember that, remember that, remember that. Hearing is supposed to start at 1 p.m. their time. So I'm guessing relatively soon. So let me see something here for you guys real quick. Uno momento. Thank you all for joining me. Thank everybody. Anybody that commented, liked, or made any comments on the community page, I appreciate you very much. So very much. Again, guys, let's see who we got in here. See where, if you guys, again, never forget, you're always welcome to put where you're tuning in from. I love seeing and hearing it. So let's see who we got with us today. Looks like Moonlit Baby's in the house. Welcome back. Felicity J, how are you, dear? Good to see you today. Miss Victoria, welcome back to you. Dana Pup and Stuff, welcome. Great to have you back. MIA, always a pleasure to see you. One Maiden Nut, what is going on? Eddie, good to see you, brother. Sergeant Friday's in the house. What's going on, Sarge? Good to have you here. Good to see you. Moonlit Baby. Kels, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Miss Zelda, always a pleasure to have one of my amazing moderators. Great having you here. Thank you for everything you do. I couldn't do without you. John Boy Cat, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Mocha, thank you for joining us. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Michelle Farrow, you as well. Welcome back. Casey Lee, another new name. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Angela Virtue's in the house. Welcome back to you. Great to see you. Let me see. Woke up in 1984. I wish I would. Welcome back to you. Great to see you. My friend Willie, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Truth Nation Uncensored. Another great channel. Check it out, guys. If you will, show some love, subscribe over there. It'll be going live and raw soon. That's a fact. Real Girl, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Jessa, welcome back to you. Miss Angela, great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Let's see here. Lisa and Cannoli's in the house. Welcome back to you. Good to see you. Tech Oneself, welcome to you. Great to have you here. Vicky Young's in the house. Vicky, welcome back to you. That deranged bunny. Uh-oh. Hey, peeps. What's up? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Tina B, welcome back to you. Sorceress is in the house. Good to see you today. Thank you for being here. Doodlebug Fart, my dear. Wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for joining us today. Much love to you, darling. Thank you for being here. Mama 4 UK, great to have you here. True Crime Addict, great to see you. Another new name, new face. Thank you for joining us today. Miss Jessa and Mocha, thank you for joining us. I think I already said that, but you get a double. LR's in the house. Welcome back, LR. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Luna Whispers, great to see you today. Thank you for being here. Kristen, thank you for joining us. Jazz King, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Mr. Chad Button from Iowa, welcome back to you, brother. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Deborah Thompson, welcome back to you. Miss Carolyn Miller, always a pleasure, dear. Thank you for joining us. Best of me, thank you for being here with us. Mr. Philip Hughes, hope you're having a wonderful day, Mr. Hughes. Again, tell my beautiful wife to take great care of you, if you will, sir. And thank you for joining us today. CJ Pruitt's in the house. What's happening, badass? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And of course, not last and definitely not least, Mama Bear's in the house, guys. In the chat, what's going on? Good to see you, Mama Bear. Thank you for joining us today. Please don't work too hard. Wonderful to have you in the chat. And of course, as always, we all miss you. All right, guys, let's see who jumped in the bottom. Niles Buckman, welcome back to you, my friend. Miss Kim Marin, always a pleasure. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Tammy C, welcome back to you. Let me see here. There he is, the Mama Bear. Yay, yay. Dahlia, welcome back. Great to see you. Emma 1, same for you. Thank you for joining us. Lisa Winchester, thank you for joining. And new to the channel, welcome, welcome. Love the new faces. Please, everybody, make Miss Lisa Winchester feel at home, as this is new to her. Let her know how we are here. Peaches 81, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Gaya Deguchi, welcome back to you. Miss Sweet Melissa from PA, welcome to you. Thank you for joining us. Sammy Reeser, welcome back. Great to see you. Alice, welcome to you. It's all good, Licity. I understand, dear. Vix Logic from over the pond. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Great to see you. Tomboy Charm, welcome back to you. Kimberly KB, thank you for joining us. And of course, gotta do it. Phantasmic Ether. Welcome to you, my dear. Thank you for joining us. Victoria, of course. El Bariqua, thank you for joining us. David Clayton, my brother, good to see you. Let me see here. Michelle Farrow, Norma Fralin, thank you for joining us today. Animals are our angels. Absolutely. Thank you for being here today. It's always a pleasure to have you, Michelle. Keep Creepy Crystal from Easton, PA. Thank you for joining us. Gary Epley, welcome back, sir. Good to see you. Good to have you here. True Crime Times in the house. Welcome back to you, dear. Thank you for joining us today. Guys, we got 153 beautiful people here with 105 likes. Let's see if we can make that match, please. Amanda Scott, welcome back to you. War Eagles in the house. Roll Tide Roll. What's going on? Sarah Laird, thank you for joining us so very much. I appreciate you jumping in with us. Amanda Scott, yes, great to have you here. Thank you, Mocha, for leaving your DNA on that like button. Tammy C, great to see you. I think I got everybody. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. If I missed you by some weird, freaky chance, Tina Skullscar, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I am so sorry. I will catch you up on the other side. I promise. If I missed you. Again, the lovely Mama Bear joining us from the chat today because she's out in the real world doing the hard stuff. But I do appreciate you being here, Mama Bear, so very much. Amanda, good to see you. El Barrico out dropping the first super chat of the day. Thank you so much for that, El. You are appreciated very much. Sunny Cat, welcome back. Great to see you. Appreciate you very, very much. MIA, always a pleasure. Groot is in the house. What's going on, Groot? Great to see you today. Miss Brandy B, the OG. Thank you, mods, again for joining me today. I appreciate you all so very much and could not do this without you. That's a fact. Thank you for being here so very much. And everybody that is in the background, not in the chat, I appreciate you too so very much just for watching and caring what I have to say. It's awesome to have you here, guys. Every one of you guys are appreciated more than you know. More than you know. Oh, Miss Zelda did change her picture. That's a nice picture, Zelda. Thank you for being here. Miss Lily C, great to see you. Absolutely, no problem, Dessa. All right, let's see what we got going down today. All right, hold up here. Excuse me very much as I pull these things up over here. Oh my goodness gracious, who is this? I thought you were working. You tried.
That
She tried.
I did try.
She tried it. She
Okay.
tried it. I didn't know you were going to be here. Thank you for joining us.
You're welcome. I got home just in time.
You did work then, right?
Just for a couple hours.
Cool. So it's a double deal today. I'm excited we get to have you here today, and it's just you and me up here today.
Cool.
Later on, I don't know what's gonna go on, but we're gonna check this all out. Real girl, I think I'm saying that right. Thank you for being here. She said, "I hope some good changes and updates happen today. At least transparency, please, Moscow. Let's do something good for the victims and their families. Amen to that one, girl. I do agree with that. I doubt that we'll see too many changes, but I don't know. I don't know.
Tom
Yeah,
Boy said they won't start till 3 Central.
right. Yep. Well, the first hearing is going to be, obviously, on not broadcasted. Sorry.
Mm.
All right, we got time. We got time. We got plenty to talk about. There's a couple things we can look at while we're waiting. Absolutely, Philip. Oh, you're not there today. Okay. Well, you enjoy from Hubbard, my friend. I hope it's everything that you want it to be today, sir. The bear is in the house. That's right. Love it. Okay, I was trying to find something here to show you guys real quick here. So, how is your day going so far?
So far, so good.
That is awesome. Great to hear. Great to hear. All
And
right.
it's even better because I'm off until Monday. So,
Oh my goodness, that's great.
unless she calls me and says, "Hey, I need your help." So,
No, don't do that to yourself.
I know my
Do not.
husband's like, "You need to like set some ground rules with this with your
I,
boss." I'm like,
when, when did I tell you that? How long
day
ago?
one.
I'm not even your husband, and I told you that day one. You're as bad as I am. This is why it's hard together. We're both very nice and very pleasant with people and care about everybody else but ourselves. That's what happens.
Mm.
Yes, you do. Yeah, we have to tell each other how to do certain things, guys. Like I could be walking around with one sock on and my underwear sticking out of the side of my shorts or something, and I'm sick or snot dripping, all that. And I'd be more worried about her going to the hospital or making sure she's taking whatever medication she's supposed to take, and she does the same exact thing. So that's
Mhm.
what I'm telling you. That's why we do this together. It's facts, folks. It's exactly how it is. Disclaimer: no attacking Sarge unless he is there with you. Okay, Sarge, if you say so. And again, guys, the same old disclaimer as always. Everything that we talk about on this channel is absolutely alleged and purely speculation. Please don't forget that. Thank you. That's friendship right there. Yeah, you can say that.
Mhm.
You can say that.
Sarge is trying to steal my chair. Not gonna happen.
Oh, no way. No, he don't smell good enough. That's the difference. Can't do that. I
He's
love
not as
Sarge.
pretty as me either.
Right, that's right. His hair's not long enough. That's the other thing. Gotta have longer hair, Sarge. Once you grow a hair, maybe we could. Nah, I don't think so. No, 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 no. Good to see you today, Sarge. Great to have you here. Always a good conversation when he's around. That's a fact. Thank you once again, Albariqua. Another super chat. Loved this chat room. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Dang it. Tonight, guys, after all this, please tune in tonight to of course, me. And then me and Cluminati and Mr. Cletus are going to be doing a something. I haven't put it up yet, but it's going to be Friday Night Oddities with us as we look into supernatural and some other kind of unnatural stuff and talk about all that kind of stuff to get away from all of this crap we did all week.
Yay.
It should be kind of fun. Well, CR, 7 months. That is great. Thank you so very much
Wow,
for that.
awesome.
You are appreciated. And I'm so grateful to have you as part of this community, CR. Thank you for that. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, we're going to be getting into Friday Night Oddities. It should be some strange stuff, guys. Supernatural, other natural, unnatural, all sorts of natural. And of course, with all that being said, the centerpiece is probably going to be Sarge. So, hey, he said don't attack him if he's not in here. He's here, so I can attack him.
Yeah, that's true.
No, I'm just kidding. He knows I love him.
Yeah.
Greenbrier grows to test me. Absolutely, Licity. If you tune in tonight, throw it at us. We'll pull it up. Again, CR, thank you so much for being part of this community. You are appreciated more than you know. Uh-oh. A child has just walked in. This is going to be fun.
Don't you judge me. Hey, Golf Inspector.
Get real quick.
Hi, Mama Bear.
Hey, how are ya?
I'm doing good.
Good.
All right, all right. Caden, Mr. Golf Inspector's in the house. Welcome. Great to see you again. Gucci, same to you, Sarge Sightings. That's right.
I've seen some Sarge sightings.
Ghosts and ghoulies. I can even call it every time I see him. I call the NSA. They never call me back. They must already know about him. Oh no,
Did you see my doggy, Lucia? You can probably
Lucio,
hear him.
thank you for joining us. Mama Bear's on your side. You think so? It's a psyop, Sarge. Kim Moore, that never used to happen to me during live stream.
No.
A lot of ads. I'm sorry about the ads, you guys. I have no control. You can ask Mama Bear. I have them set on the lowest setting for the amount that they put out at a time, and they still do it, you guys. I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay.
I live for doggy cam. That's awesome, girl.
Oh, it's okay, Lucia. You rarely see his dog, so that's why I was asking.
Which one?
Yours, Milo.
I don't know why he doesn't come back here when I'm. I think he's afraid of my chair. Yeah, I have a mini version of that. Mine is just a small version of that. Bring him here, Kaden.
I've already done on that for her.
Hold on, guys.
Easy. Easy. Play easy.
Say hi.
Aw. He's so cute.
Go give me a treat. He's like, well, give me a couple of treats real quick. See the camera? See the camera? Look. He will not look up to save his life. Look. What are you doing today? Let's give him a good boy. Let's give a boy. You want a treat? You want a treat? No. No. Hold on. You smell those? I bet you that'll make you look up. What's this? Hey, look. You see it? Look. Easy. Easy.
Yeah, it takes time, Kim. I can understand that.
Oh, come here. This is our Milo.
Yeah,
Like I said, he's a mini version of the one Mama Bear has.
he's a Jack Russell Pomeranian,
No, Jack Russell Chihuahua.
but that's okay.
All right. You ready to get down? Oh, you want this other one first? You want that one? Yeah. Say bye.
I was gonna say you can see the Chihuahua in him.
Oh, it's the big bulging eyes. Yeah.
Yeah, when they stare at you
Oh, you good
for
boy.
hours.
Yes, you a good boy. I see you a good boy now. You happy now? You got some treats? We'll go back here, butter. Go on.
Come on, buddy.
Oof. Up. And he's got his jammies on too still.
And wiener out.
Yes, my dog wears clothes every day, all day. He's got a coat, he's got sweaters. He even got my daughter got him the a sweater, and it's got little knitted booties that go on his feet.
I wonder what Ghost would do if he had clothes.
Oh, good Lord. Well, this dog has had clothes since he was a puppy, I guess.
Oh.
So that's why he's used to it. Now the booty things, they don't stay on.
Yeah, probably not.
I'm trying to figure out a way to keep them on his feet because he don't like to go outside. If it's cold outside, he's prissy. He will not go out that door. He'll stare at me, and I'm like, "No, you got to go out there because you don't do those things in here." And he'll go out and he's picking his paws up and down, like, "Oh, I can't do it." Yes, I got it, Jules. Thank you very much. Good to see you. And there's nothing on there as of yet. So
Hi,
it's sitting
Chad.
here, as you all see. We are ready to stream from Latah County. I guess it's just gonna pop on when it's ready. So, but thank you, Miss Jules. Good to see you today. I hope you're not working too hard, and I hope you're having a great day, Miss Jules.
No, Kels, they don't, but it's funny to watch.
Cats don't do well in that. No, they don't. No. Nope. I can't bring my cat to show you because he won't come anywhere near the computer. He's petrified of it. He will claw me to death.
And I usually can't keep mine away from my computer. I don't even know where they are, so.
I miss seeing them. I don't get to see them too much anymore because you're so busy all the time. We used to get to see Bean's butt all the time because he'd like to walk past and flash it in front of the screen for me all the time. And of course, Groucho with his little mustache, he's a cutie too.
I must be upstairs.
Laura Lorento, good to see you. Canadian Cat Lady's in the house. Welcome back. So,
hey, Canadian.
I learned some new knowledge today. I'm going to show you guys here as we're waiting on things to start here. There was a new interview put out with Steve and Christy Gonsalves, which changes a little bit of what we kind of knew about certain things. Me too, Jules. 100%. I keep clicking on it time and time again to see if anything happens, and there's nothing. But while we're waiting, I'm going to show this video to you guys. I was kind of surprised by this. Literally. Give me 1 second here.
Greta Van Kitty. Aw.
Greta Van. Who did that? I have a kitty named Greta. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. Absolutely. You too, Jules. I hope you are as well. Oh, wait a minute. No. Hold on. Why does it do this to me all the time? Urgh. Hold on.
I don't
Swear to
think
God.
it's the computer. I think it's more
Okay.
the
I
operator.
know it's the operator. I get it. I don't
Just saying.
deny it. I'm not denying it. Why do I hear jingle bells?
Because they have bells on the front door, so I can hear when people come in and out. Otherwise, they scare the crap out of me.
Oh, gotcha. That's called karma. Because you've scared me so many times. All right, guys, check this out. This is just a new short interview that gives a little new insight into some things that we've all questioned. Thank you again, Alberic. Well, that's awesome of you. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, I'm gonna watch react that interview today. Tomorrow, I'm hearing they are changing the entire story. Some things have changed. This is there's a little difference here, guys. So here we go. Welcome, Brian. Good to see you, Brian. Guy. Thank you for joining us today. And again, everybody, make sure that you let me know if the audio has any issues that need fixed, please. That includes my voice too. All right. Again, thank you for that super chat, Albert. All right, and we're off. Here we go.
This morning, Kaylee Gonzalez's parents sharing exclusively with GMA never before seen pictures and videos of their 21-year-old daughter.
Sausage type. You can like season with these. You can't really season with them, but you can cook with them.
Yeah, I know that's in front of the tower.
Yeah.
This is in front of the University of Idaho Tower.
The family still waiting on a full digital copy of Kaylee's phone from authorities.
These are the last moments of your child's life, and you're sitting here fighting with somebody who just doesn't care.
They were able to collect some of Kaylee's belongings from the university over the summer, which raised concerns for them about how well possible evidence was processed, including a trash can from Kaylee's room that was full and appeared untouched.
We opened it. It was a little squeezy applesauce thing like you would give to like a toddler.
Yeah.
It did not appear to have been gone through.
Police saying they had gathered more than 100 pieces of physical evidence from the scene, along with some 4,000 photos and 3D scans of the residence. Still, frustration mounting for the family over what they consider a lack of communication and a rush to tear down the home on King Road. Christy describes for the first time how Kaylee was found.
It's my understanding Kaylee was kind of sitting up and had fought.
Yeah. And the way that room's put together, if you come through that door, you can't get out of that room.
Completely, totally trapped.
Yeah. You're in a
Tiny,
bed.
tiny room. The bed was the entire room. You could barely open up the door without swiping the foot of the bed. And it was wall. You know, the headboard was up against the wall. The side where Kaylee was on was up against the wall. And if you can imagine Kaylee in an upright sort of position, up in the corner, slumped. I mean, she was trapped.
The home on King Road was torn down in the pre-dawn hours of December 28th.
It's hard to hear sometimes. It just,
Yeah.
I'm just I'm not blaming the Gonsalves by any means. It's not their fault, okay? But stories have changed and changed and changed, and that's why this has become such a difficult case, you guys. Really sad, and that's true. We've always that's how Xana was found, and they said she was trapped against the wall. And Maddie, so which was it? Which was it? I agree, Jules. Again, we've always known she fought back, but it was Xana who was found sitting up against the wall. You see what I'm saying? Like, which way do we go with these things? It's rough. It's rough. And I said to you guys before, we know Xana fought back. I know personally in my heart, and we've heard them say that Kaylee had to fought back. Okay, at the very least, I think the only one out of the whole crew that maybe didn't was probably Maddie. I think she was more like sleeping. Okay. But they stated that they found Kaylee sitting up, kind of slumped in the corner, as if she was trying to get away from something and fight back. Okay. God bless her. God bless her. They can speculate and assume all they want, but they can't go back and forth with body positioning. I agree with that. It needs to be
Right.
one thing. It's got to be what it is, period. That way it's there. You know what I mean? Mind's eye tells us, we all, because of what we do, get visualizations of the crime scene to try to figure these things out. And if it changes, we struggle with it. You know what I'm saying? That's a good point, Chad. Do we all have facts yet? No.
Mm-mm.
That's the hard thing with this. It sucks. It does. That's why I've always been against this gag order. I don't even know if we'd have gotten any much, that much more info from no gag order, but we'd have had, I think, more to be able to work with factually.
Mm-hmm.
Lisa Green, Cash App me, bro. Welcome. Thank you. Sunny Cat, great to see you. See, and that's what I'm talking about. We have heard that one of the girls was laying across the other one, right?
Mhm.
In a single bed. I don't think it was a single bed. I think it was more along the lines of like a full size bed, possibly, at least, in my opinion. But it was the smallest room up there. That I do know, which explains it. If once you go in that room, as I showed when we did the virtual tour, you can't get back out of that room if somebody has you stuck there. That doorway kind of blocks you in. So they have made it seem as if one was thrown on top of the other. That was the way it was explained to us before, folks. When they put these things out, they need the mystical bandit. Good to see you. They need to put them out right. That's my opinion. They want us on social media. They want us to put the facts out. They want us to put things out the right way. We try. At least I know I do, and I know Jules does.
Mhm.
And I know that most everybody else that I associate with that they do. Okay. The problem is we can only put out facts based on the facts that they give us. That's the problem. So if our facts aren't facts, what are we supposed to do about that? Sorry guys, I just broke my necklace. And that's the problem. I want to put out facts. I want to put out as many facts as you can give me to put out so that everybody knows what's actually going on, what actually happened, what the truth is. Just make sure that they're giving them to us. That's all. So David Clayton, why would they say that now? It's weird. It's a good question. That's a great
Mhm.
question. And we're
Right.
seeing some other things that are happening now that we didn't expect to happen. We got 3 warrants that have been brought to us in a different way now. Okay. When I showed you guys this the other day, things are changing a little bit. And why? I don't know. At some point, I think we'll get to talk about that stuff. But I think I've heard people say that they think the prosecution's breaking down. Things like that. Who knows? It's been over a year, folks, and it's been ongoing for that whole year
Hey,
and some
Mystical
months.
Bandit.
Never stopped. I know it never has for me. That's what I'm saying, Jules. Today of all days, they released this interview.
Mhm.
Good Morning America. No telling when it was actually recorded. There's multiple
True.
channels that news outlets that have it too. GMA has it. News Nation has it. When I click on it, it brings up like 4 different variations of that same interview, and it's just a piece. I want the whole interview. Okay. Yes, Brian, is that tomorrow, sir? That surgery, is that scheduled for tomorrow, my friend? And by the way, it's wonderful to see you in here, Doodle. Very much appreciate you. Jackie Bushable, good to see you.
No date yet. No.
Nothing yet. I thought it was scheduled. See, initially I thought it was scheduled on the 25th. I thought. Well, whenever it happens, you let us know. That way we can say a few extra prayers for you, buddy. Because I will be. That's a fact. Absolutely, hon. You know that. They saved it for today. That's a good point, Bombshell. Maybe they did. It seems that way in a sense that maybe they saved some of this stuff to put out, on these specific days.
Oh, I'm sure.
Jackie Young, Victoria, Bombshell. Okay. Let me see something here. We got 150 likes going, guys. We're in that algorithm. You guys rock and roll. I appreciate that very much. 223 people, 150 likes. It doesn't match, but I'll take it. I'm happy. Sony's in the house. Good to see you, Sony. So, what do you guys think today is going to happen today? Anybody have any predictions of anything at all? Do you know?
I don't know. I'm just not getting my hopes up for anything.
Oh, of course not. No, nothing. See, that's where I'm at I'm with Kels. I don't think anything's going to come from today, honestly. I don't. You know what I mean? How long until court? You're not home. Okay, so it is 3:19 Eastern time in the afternoon. So I'm going to guess. Hold on a minute. We're left in limbo. That's right. 1 second, guys. It's scheduled for 4 or 1. I'm sorry. No, 4. Jesus. Hold on a second, guys. I'm losing myself here. Give me a momento. Un momento. By the way, if one of the mods, if we would not mind, can we drop Jules's link in the chat, please? I don't know why that hadn't happened yet. I forgot. It's my fault.
Well, Laura, I hope they set a trial date today as well, because if they don't, then it'll be 2025, and I really hope it doesn't go.
Yeah, I know. That would be great, LR2. I know. I agree with that right there. A trial date would be amazing. I'd love for them to allow the defense's interlocutory to be unsealed. I agree with that one. That alone would be a huge win. I do agree with that, Jules. Yeah, guys, there it is. Thank you so much, Miss Brandy. Brandy, the awesome mod. There she is. Guys, if you haven't checked out Jules of All Trades, True Crime Reactions, please do this. This lady is an amazing, amazing creator, a very close friend of this channel's, and we all support her very well. Very much so, I'm sorry. But if you guys would go over there, please check it out. Show some love. You will not be disappointed. I can promise you that much. Please do. Please do. 1 p.m. their time, 4 p.m. here. Exactly.
Hey, Joanne.
Thank you, Groot. Miss Joanne, good to see you. Cat K, you as well. So, we got about a half hour roughly, guys. And I figured we could have a little talk time and work ourselves up to it. Hang out with Mama Bear for a little bit since we never see her.
You just saw me yesterday. What do you mean?
I know. I got to get it in when I can. It just doesn't, we don't have it happen enough. Thank you, Doodle. And yes, it's wonderful to have you in here today, dear. Absolutely. 1 p.m. Moscow, Idaho time. And it's sitting here. I keep refreshing just like Miss Jules could. Hoping they'd open it up early. Thank you so very much for that, El Barigua. Very much. Yeah, definitely. Show some love over there, guys. She deserves it. Jules is a hardworking person all the way around, guys.
Yeah.
Every which way. She does a lot. She works. She does this. She raises kids on her own. I mean, this woman is a powerhouse for real. So please show the respect and the love. in that aspect. I am going to break this stupid thing.
If he just get an iPhone, he could block all those spam calls. Aw, thank you, Lucia. Thank you, Phantasmic. You guys are so sweet. I know. Margot, I know. It's ridiculous. I don't know how his wife deals with it. If it was me, I'd have done thrown the thing through the window. Down the garbage disposal, something.
One moment, folks.
Hmm? You'll be all right, Bri. Yes. That or I'd teach him how to block all them spam calls. Jeez. Yeah, that's fantastic. He is. Not yet, Moonlit. You're good. No, Tattletale. We're still waiting. $30 years? Yeah. You're welcome, Tattletales. There's also a thing on most phones that, you can block unknown callers. I don't know about Androids, though. I'm an iPhone girl. Hello, SW True Crime.
All right, guys. I'm sorry. That was Mrs. Dago just getting off work. And I know my phone is loud. I've turned it down, but it has this thing on it that I can turn it down, but when the phone rings, it turns itself back up. I don't know if that's a Android thing or if it's
It's
just
an Android thing.
stupid phone. I don't know. My wife is trying to talk me into a iPhone. It's just not happening. Probably I have to talk to Clue and see what time she feels like she wants to do her thing on that side. But I was guessing like 8 o'clock, roughly.
I tried to tell him that, Victoria, but he's so tick-hearted that he didn't know how.
Tell me what.
Did you
Said
can
it were
set it
only.
where only calls you get from your known friends and family?
When did you tell me that?
I don't know how many times over a year now.
Oh, you're leaving, Sarge? Really? I
What?
see how it is. I see how it
Oh,
is.
all
Uh huh.
right. See,
It's
I'm up here, so
it's
I took his
boring.
spot, so he's gonna leave and pout. I
Yeah,
didn't
it's
get
boring. He
talking.
can't talk, so he's got to leave. I see how you
Mhm.
are. I remember that. I will remember that. You
Ah,
got to make
Kim's an
waffles.
iPhone girl now. Smart
I
girl.
will. Yeah, I know everyone's live. That's what he's doing. He's going all over the place.
Yeah.
cheater.
I gotta make a waffle. Waffle?
Yeah, he bought a waffle maker and a whole bunch of
Oh, jeez.
pancake mix and syrup, and he's been eating waffles like they're going out of style. It's funny because we had a whole conversation the other night about waffles when he started ordering this shit, and it made me crave them after that. I was like, "You damn it! Oh shit! Okay, I see why he's leaving. He ain't. Everybody's live. Get a clue.
Oh,
Stinky, Gray Hughes, WFLA. Everybody's live.
Brian, I don't know
And
if
thank you
you'll
all
be
for
able
joining us tonight.
YouTube in the hospital.
Wait, what? Yeah, if you have a device, you can.
You have a tablet or your phone you can take with you, laptop?
Laptop, maybe. Yeah, you could do that. Awesome, Brian. Yeah, everybody is. Listen, as many people, I got to say this out loud too. For as many people that are live right now, understand I absolutely appreciate the fact that you guys are in here with us. I really do. That means a lot because you guys could be anywhere.
Yep.
Get a clue is gone. Who said that? No, he's live.
Hmm?
Will someone explain to me how a judge has a YouTube channel? Is it odd? It is odd. I think it's based on Latah County themselves. What is this? I'm having coffee and these little Cinna cakes I bought from Sam's. So yummy, although I had. See, here we go with the food.
Yep.
Bombshell.
Now we're all messed up.
You know, you got me craving the homemade coffee cakes that my grandmother used to make. She used to make these. Oh my God, they were so moist and soft, and they were like this big. And then they had the cinnamon sprinkles like crumbled on top of it with a mixture of some other stuff. They were so good. Yes, he's back online, Victoria. If you leave, if you disappear, Victoria, I know where you're going, and I just helped you out that way. So you better be nice. I'm just kidding. All things silver, good to see you.
Yeah, Brian, don't forget your charger, hun.
Yes. Yeah, because then you'll be really mad. No, Jackie, he claims that I watched one of his videos this morning. He claims he's not anymore. He said it was an experiment that he monetized himself and then unmonetized himself. It was an experiment he was doing. I don't know.
Who?
Get a clue.
Oh.
And it looks like, yes, Miss Cluminati, she's live as well. And that's where Sarge is. Liar. I have proof.
Waffles. Whatever.
I'm telling Clue that he called her waffles.
Right, Lucia? Right by the keyboard. Here.
I know, exactly. Jules, hey, Terry, good to see you today. I don't know what his deal was with that whole thing. Like, it's an experiment. He monetized and then demonetized.
Did you mute
All day
yourself?
long, spam all day. It just rings and rings and rings and rings, and I can't.
Block it.
You know what I mean? I'd be sitting here all day blocking and doing it right now again. Here we go. And then they call in another number. It's crazy.
Coffee and Red Bull?
Oh, that's a
Not
overload,
mixed,
don't you
of
think?
course. Well, whether mixed or not, wow, that's a lot.
No, Terry, I've never seen what he looks like. He made a comment today actually on his stream saying he got run over by a steamroller when he was younger, and nobody wants to see that. So I don't know. Well, thank you, Moonlit. I appreciate that so very much.
Yeah, all that big money
Hi,
Dave
Bryan.
said that he's what is it? You're laundering it through my channel.
Mm-hmm. That way we can pay for my property in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
YouTube is such a mess
Hey
sometimes.
Terry.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what turns out today. I'll be honest with you guys. The obviously the hearing that went on or is going on at 1, or I think it's probably going on right now. The first one that's closed. And then the other one, or it went on a while ago, I'm gonna guess, if we're behind that way. The other one should be popping up here within the next 30 minutes or so, and I'm praying that it does. When I subbed, it was 1,500 early on, and haven't seen anything posted. Jules, well, okay, I don't know. I don't pay much attention to him, but I don't know. Hold on a minute. Let me check something here. They're gonna be, from what I understand, everybody's gonna be there. Whether it be in person or by Zoom, via Zoom. For whatever reason, I'm getting this is being billed out as an important hearing for some reason. So we shall see. Oh Lord. Okay, I get it. See it now. Yes, yes. Jules is an awesome lady. I agree. Second hearing 1 p.m. Pacific time, which will be streamed live on Judge's channel, YouTube. That's the one that we're gonna be streaming here, Jackie. Hopefully, relatively soon. Like I said, I keep refreshing and nothing has popped yet. So I figured we could just talk for a little while and get everybody's thoughts on everything. That's why I went on a little earlier. I had hoped people would engage. I was surprised that we got the mama bear today, so that helps too.
Thank you. So good.
Mama bear and the ghost dog.
Yeah, my mutt.
Oh, absolutely. I understand that. Golf, no worries. But you are appreciated for being here, Natalie B. Good to see you.
Hello, Natalie.
Hi, Dago, Mama Bear. The originals when this channel started. Mama Bear misses you. Yes.
Yes.
Pretty much. When I got into true crime, Mama Bear was the first, one of the first when I jumped into it. And then I asked her to become part of the channel, and here she is, still well over 15 months now. We're at, I think.
I think so.
Terry, let me go back up and see what you said. Is it bad that I have in the back of my mind that is part of the
Hey, Patriot.
I mean, it's your mind, Terry. You're able to do what you want, dear. I don't know. It's a little different. I wouldn't think that, but that's, I'm not going to downplay what you think or feel. That's your right. But I get it. Thank you, Tammy. Smart ass Patriots in the house. Beth Wagner, good to see you. Oh, definitely no. No, I definitely don't think, Beth, that they'll be there. We won't see anything about or from Dylan or Bethany, if at all, until the trial, at least, in my opinion. That's my opinion. So,
And I think it'll only be one of them. I don't think it'll be both.
I agree with that. I feel the same way. I think if anything, it's probably more than likely going to be Dylan, if anybody. That's my opinion. I would love Eddie's input on the hearing if you can get him up there. Actually, you know what I might do? I got an idea. Hold on, folks. Bear with me for 1 second.
Oh, that's a scary thought. I'm not sure, Dana. Why did the dinosaur cross the road? Yay, Moonlit. 6 months. Halfway to a year. That's awesome. I have a box in my pantry that I may have to make this weekend. You guys, it's monkey bread. That would be good.
Okay. Make sure it's up and running. I think we're gonna open up the phone lines today. Since we're
Oh,
waiting, open up the phone lines, take some calls, take some thoughts. Somebody else just changed. Teresa Morris, thank you for joining us. Tattletales, great to see you. Felicity J, of course. Just let me see. I thought somebody else's name popped up. No, guess not. All right. So that being said, hopefully everything works right today. The phone number is scrolling across the bottom of the channel. 234-703-4047. I want to open the phone line up. Call in. Give us your thoughts on the hearing today and what you think. We got a little time before anything starts. Let's do it, folks. Let's talk. Call in, please. Any one of you guys. We need to. Hopefully that works. We need to keep it to a limit when we call in. I'm going to keep each call to. I guess. What would you say? 2 minutes? 3 minutes
2
per
or
call?
3.
Between 2 to 3 minutes per call, if we can. That way, everybody gets a chance. If multiple people want to call in, send me a secretary. I'm over papers today. I need one myself, Felicity.
Yeah, he does.
Jules was interesting today. TikTok data request on anything? Yes, David. I agree. That's what I was showing you guys the other day. That Facebook, TikTok, and my the Microsoft accounts that they're looking for. That's what those warrants we were talking about yesterday were about. Felicity. Let me know. Okay, and if you do decide to dial in and something doesn't work right, let me know. 3 ring binders. There you go. There you go. Okay, receiving calls. Make sure it can ring. Right click settings, calls, web. That's what I thought. Here we go. Okay, we should be good at that point. Golf inspector, this hearing will be about the inaccurate instructions to the jury, and we all already know how that goes. All right, give me a second here.
Call from Martin.
Hey, Alex.
Hello, hello. Oh, it hung up.
You hung up on them?
No, it just dropped off, I guess.
Hmm.
Let me see if I can call back.
Eddie, you might as well just start your own channel, dude. Just saying.
Hi, you've reached Terry Martin. Unfortunately, I'm not available. If you could leave your name and
Call from
Terry Martin.
Hello, Terry? Can you hear me? Terry,
Hey,
can you hear me?
yeah, it's me. Sorry about that. I just
No,
had a
it's
real
okay.
quick question. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, can everybody else hear Terry?
Yes.
Sorry about
Okay, go right ahead. What's happening?
that. Okay. Just a quick question. I was when I first turned this on, I was watching what's the guy down in Florida that has the big channel kind of.
There's an echo.
I can't remember what his name is, but anyway, he has another attorney, the
Better.
one that does like all the stuff over in California. She gets on a lot of the YouTube stuff for the Real Housewives and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, did this happen already, right? This has already happened, what we're getting ready to watch. Am I correct, or is it live streamed?
It will be. We'll see it a little while after it's live, basically.
Oh, okay. Because she was saying something like they probably aren't going to do much, but just check out the live stream and make sure everything's working.
Well, they're going to talk about part of what, they're obviously going to talk about what the hearing was about too, but some of that stuff. Yeah, you're probably right on that aspect.
Okay. That's all. I just was curious. I mean, if it was going to get into depth or because they have it tomorrow too, right?
No, it's just the two hearings today. There was a hearing this morning, at 11 a.m., and then the secondary hearing in the afternoon. That's it. I don't believe there's anything else set for tomorrow.
Okay. That's all I had, except go Chiefs.
Okay, and then Jules just said that it will be live streamed, but is it going to come at us live or is it going to be after the fact? That's what I was curious about too. That's the way we were all talking about it before. But if they're saying live stream, so it should be live then.
Oh, okay. All right. Just was curious. All right.
All right. Thank you, Terry.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Have a great day, dear. Bye-bye. All right. Thank you for that. Well, the phone works. At least we know that much. Yeah, it does stay live streamed. I just, how they stated before in other places that we've watched that it's live streamed, but it comes on like 20 minutes or half hour after the fact usually. But we'll see. Hopefully it is live then, just like we are now. Welcome, Social Glow. Good to see you. Speaking of which, let me check something here. Nope, nothing yet. Nothing yet. Okay. Justice Inframed, good to see you. It says it, but see, I've always questioned that. Is it actually going to be live, or is it on like a delay? That's what I'm saying, Eddie, like real time or delayed. Did you have any thoughts on this, Eddie, before anything got started that you wanted to share with anybody? Or share with us, I should say. Sorry. Duke, what's going on? Good to see you, sir. Don't be saying that kind of stuff, Gaya. Don't put that out even in the universe, because I'll be mad. That's when there was that. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Thank you. When they had the pool camera, they would record it and then they would play it after the fact, and then like we would sit here and wait, and then 20 minutes later. Yeah, you can call in unknown caller. Absolutely. Uh, 234-703-4047. Bring it on. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I'm just teasing. Yeah, the echo. I had to work that out from before. I think I got it right now. For anybody that calls in. You got any thoughts, Mama Bear, that you wanted to share before? Or anything more than what you've already stated?
As far as the trial today or just in general?
Oh, yeah, the hearing today.
No, not really.
Or in general about the case at all?
The only thing about the case that bugs me is when, let's see, trying to remember. I don't know if it was in the PCA or if it was just somebody said that the door to Xana and Ethan's room
Mm-hmm.
was blocked and they had to like
Yeah.
forcibly.
Forcibly open it. That was one of the
Yeah.
reasons why they supposedly called over the what's his name, Hunter Johnson, supposedly, and all that stuff, right?
Yeah. So wasn't it, maybe I read it somewhere, I don't know. Wasn't it Ethan that as to why the door was blocked? He was laying against the door.
They were saying that. Yeah, that was the interview that Daniel from Drunk Turkey did with Christy.
Okay.
Is kind of where that thought came from. Yeah.
That too. Oh, okay. Maybe that's where I heard it. It just seems kind of hard for me to believe that he'd be up against the door like that.
Yeah.
How did the person get out if he's
Unless it happened after the fact. Where did it go? That's the story that they heard from Hunter, and that's a lot of people that have questioned that. I've seen. Okay, if that's what happened, no, Chief, nothing's happened yet. If that's what happened, how did that happen? Was it that person went into the room, had the interaction, and then hurried up and ran out, and then Ethan maybe tried to come after the point and fell down and hit the floor? The door went shut at that point, was blocking it. And I mean, that's the way. There's variations of what that could have been from, or how that could have happened from what I've heard.
Yeah, that's just something that just keeps going around in my head, and I'm just like, this doesn't make sense.
Right. That's a good point, Eddie. Which John or Judge John Judge's hearing, live stream, or the news about Kaylee's body being found the way it was?
Right?
According, that's true, guys. And I'm curious now. So, are we going to be looking for more things to be coming out now that are going to be different than what we thought in the past? Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What bugs me is, did no one go upstairs to Kaylee and Manny when they couldn't go to Xana? That's a great point, Mocha. Great thought. Makes me wonder. I agree with you on that.
From not calling 911
Three
because
multiple
Ethan was in.
killers. Absolutely.
Yeah. That would make sense.
Jessa says, I've never. Yeah, I can agree with that. Is Walt is here, Doodle. Welcome, Gene Anderson. I still don't understand how law enforcement don't think two girls aren't involved in some way. A lot of people feel that way. There may be a show coming up in regards to that. We'll see what goes down, but Sarge has had a lot of conversations with a few of us about some things, and he's got good theory on something, and I really do think it would be an interesting scenario. Thank you, Miss Zelda. Again, guys, anybody that has paid into this to donate to this channel to support the channel, I want you to know how appreciative I am of this. It's definitely nothing I expect from any of you, but please understand it. It's so very appreciated. This here is what helps me to keep doing what I'm doing right now. It pays for internet, it pays for StreamYard, it pays for um, YouTube Premium, all that stuff, guys. This is what does it. So thank you for anybody that has donated to it, past, present, and or future, guys. It really helps. So thank you. Very, very much. Welcome, Harsh Shelley. Good to see you. Grace Renee Elegance, thank you, and good afternoon for being here. Mine's already recorded. I did it last night, so I'm gonna post it tomorrow, maybe about why the girls need to not be overlooked, and it's based on facts and documents.
Cool.
Good point, Jules. I will be checking it out as I do with all of them. And guys, don't miss it, please. I'll be doing a live about it for sure, because it's something that I've been talking about to a few people, and it's coming to that point. I tried to do it before I started getting into it. At the very point that I was getting ready to go into doing something like that, guess what happened? Linda Lane. So, and then it just was lost in translation. Thank you so very much, CR. That is wonderful. God bless. And I can't see who was gifted, Mama Bear. Can you see it?
It went to Harsh, one Shelly.
All right. Congrats, Miss Shelley. Welcome to the sauce. I appreciate you being part of the community. Thank you very much. And again, CR, thank you. That's me. Guys, keep your gifting open for memberships and stuff like that, because you never know what's going to happen. Never know. Maury, welcome. Good to see you. That 8 hours is haunting to me. Haunting me to death. I can't get over it. Come on, they had to hear shit. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree.
Yeah.
There's no way that was not noisy. That's why I've never truly wholeheartedly believed Dylan's statement. It bugs me. It always has bugged me. It's always going to bug me until they can set that straight, in my opinion. Chad Button, thank you very much for that. Super sticker. That's awesome. Thank you, Chad, again. And it's like Mr. David Clayton following it up with another one. That's awesome, David. Thank you for that, too. Both you guys, I very much appreciate it. Maury, thank you for that. Glad to see you. Really enjoy the show and chat. And I enjoy the fact that you enjoy it, Maury. Thank you. Very, very much. Yeah, I think the 8 hours bothers everybody, Beth. It's what one of the reasons, in my opinion, why everybody doubted everything. Excuse me for about 30 seconds, Mama Bear. I'll be right back.
All right, I'm setting the timer.
All right.
Yeah, it kind of does. T-minus 10 minutes. All right. Hello, woke up. Nope. Yeah, it really does. It's like 8 hours. What did those two roommates do in those 8 hours? I'm doing good, hun. That's funny, Kim. For all the channels that are going live. Yes, thank you to all of you that are choosing to hang out with us today. We appreciate it. Probably. Oh, definitely. I 100% agree with you, Jean. Right, Victoria? That 8 hours is what brought me here. It's unforgivable to me. We will never know if one of them could have been saved or at least spoke their last words. Exactly. Oh boy.
This is a reminder. Please shut it.
Sorry if you guys could hear that. Uh-oh. 1 minute. Where's he at?
Right here.
Hey. Hey, unknown caller.
Nothing yet.
We're
You'd
doing
think
the hurry up and wait.
you'd think they would start it up early, just to warm it up and get everything rolling first. You know what I mean? And just have it
Yeah.
set. That's strange. Don't do that, Ollie. Don't do that. Where are we at here? Well, I'm not making no pancakes, Chad. I can promise you that. Busting at the seams. Like I said, guys, don't get your hopes up too high because it could very well just be nothing at all. You know, a 10-minute hearing about this, that, and they're going to talk in some technical terms, and that's it. Not that we won't be able to explain it, but, we'll see. We will see. Come on. Load it in. Yoy, yoy, yoy. If those two girls were male, I believe that wholeheartedly. If those were boys that were there, they would have probably been in jail that day. Bombshell. I think it's basically going to be the judge saying nope to everything. It could be. You never know. I think everybody on YouTube that does go live is live right now, Kels. I got 167 people here. I had more. Everybody must have ran somewhere else. Boring here. I'm sorry. I don't know. Who asked that question? Where did it go? It just jumped. Are you allowed to screen record this? I think that's a good question. I mean, if you keep it for yourself, I guess you should be able to.
I don't see why you couldn't screen record it.
Yeah, I don't see why either. Like I said, there may be a delay. It may not be right live, like they're saying. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. All right, unknown caller. Should you choose to, go for it. Let me see something here. Yeah, everybody's live. Everybody. Wow. Yeah, they're on the same WFLA. They're sitting with the same thing up that we have up.
6 hours. We have no clue. No idea. The scheduling conference, which is probably what at the prosecution.
Yeah, see?
All right.
The same
Is your calendar free at this time? All right. You're not on that cruise vacation that you're going to be taking, in June. Oh, okay, good. Perfect. We'll schedule it for then. It's just a matter of figuring out a time. Yeah, no, Gypsy says after the hearing is a scheduling conference. Yes, we very well might get a trial start date. Now, look, a trial start date is never set in stone.
That would be
It's not
amazing.
engraved in concrete. We
Absolutely.
all the time. The most interesting thing about this is that there has been this overall feeling that the courts do not want this to be done at a time when class is in session at the University at Idaho, that ideally you would do it when there is remember, it's a 6-week trial, so 6-week window, including jury selection.
Nothing yet.
And the only 6 weeks that are somewhat inactive in this over the course of the school year is the summer. So if you don't get it in summer 2024,
Can you turn it up some?
you're looking at the potential of this trial being pushed back to summer of 2025. People are going to be upset. People are. You would imagine that also the parents of the victims, the parents of Kaylee and Maddie and Ethan,
Well,
Xana,
welcome,
are
LJ
no upset.
Slivers.
But this is what happens.
Glad you're here.
With criminal trials. Sometimes they get extended into not months long, but years long as far as the wait as to when it could begin. Any other questions? We're waiting on Judge John Judge to go live. Just refreshing, everybody. Justin is asking on Twitter /X, #KJB, what exactly is this hearing for today? We talked about that at the beginning with Alex Capriello, News Nation national correspondent. But in essence, the first hearing, which was behind closed doors, was about a motion to dismiss the indictment. And then
Hey, Tammy.
one that we're going to be hearing at great length in probably a matter of minutes from now is to reconsider a previous denial of dismissing the indictment because of inaccurate instructions, inaccurate conduct, if you will, the allegation of inaccurate instructions being presented to the grand jury. And as I understand it, the way it's all about language, arguing that the grand jury actually should have been told. They're arguing that to find proof beyond a reasonable doubt, rather than the grand jury ought to find an indictment when all the evidence before them taken together, if unexplained or uncontradicted, would in their judgment warrant a conviction by trial jury. It's tomato. You could argue it's tomatoes and tomatoes, but it all depends on how Judge John Judge sees it. If procedure was not followed, then he could reconsider the refusal to dismiss the indictment that was handed down by the grand jury to Bryan Kohberger. But this is all considered a massive long shot. This is all considered by every attorney that I've spoke to on the phone.
Link is in my description, you guys, if you want it.
Considered to be an attempt to just try everything that they can, making sure that they are crossing their T's, dotting their I's, so that every legal option is explored to get this
Uh-huh. Thank
thrown out
you.
to a trial, and happens perhaps this summer. Hopefully that makes sense. Guys, if I'm ever talking in a different language, if I'm not ever making sense, like, you could tell me. I try to make this as easy to understand as possible, but even then, I need sometimes a translator like Emily or Peter, the lawyer coming on here to help me figure out, because self-admittedly, legal jargon, sometimes we go so much into the weeds, I get lost and I can't figure out exactly what we're talking about anymore. Sometimes legal cases can get quite complex and so granular with some of the motions that are filed, and then secondary motions, and then appeals. Sometimes it can make your head spin, but that's why we have brilliant attorneys that are able to help us understand
We're
what's
still here
going on.
too, Dana. We're all
The
waiting.
time is now
Everybody, the whole
4:08
world is.
Eastern, 1:08 Pacific. No live stream yet from Judge John Judge. Now, you heard Emily say, this is very, very interesting. Emily said that there was an attempt earlier this week, I think she said earlier this week, to go live, and it worked. So it was like a test, if you will. Like, hey, does this work? And so, look, as someone who does streaming for a living, I can assure you that there's 1,000+ ways it can go wrong, from your RTMP signal, from your camera feed, not having any audio, to this firewalls coming into play. There's so many different things that can, or it's just as simple as, look, they're finishing up lunch after the previous hearing.
Here we go.
Okay,
All right.
great. All right, thank you. Let's get on the record, please. Okay, we are on the record. This is State of Idaho versus Bryan Kohberger, case number CR 29222805. We have Ms. Taylor, Ms. Logston, and Ms. Massa representing Mr. Kohberger. Ms. Mathis is remote. Mr. Kohberger obviously is in his room. The state is represented by Mr. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, who is here also remotely, Mr. Nye, and Ms. Beatty. So we're here. This is an open case. You probably know we had a closed hearing this morning, and that was necessary because that was related to the grand jury, which is secret. So that's what that was all about. I'm assuming that you've all seen the amended order governing courthouse and courtroom conduct. We made some changes, and you probably also know that we are streaming now, and that is on a YouTube channel. If you don't know that, you can go to the Supreme Court, website, and you can get that channel if you don't have that already. So you don't want to be on a camera, you probably should leave. But generally, we can't see very well farther back in the courtroom. So just so you're aware of that. So today, we are addressing reconsideration of the order denying motion to dismiss the indictment, and that order is focused on the claim of inaccurate instructions to grand jury. Also coupled on that is the potential for permission for appeal for interlocutory order. So, and a stay of proceeding. in the case. I think that's all the preliminary. Is Ms. Taylor?
Mr. Logston will be arguing, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Logston.
I'm gonna, I guess, be succinct since we argued almost the very same thing this morning. But in essence, what we're asking the court to do is to give us the court's blessing to take up the issue to the Idaho Supreme Court. I think the court has noted that it's certainly an interesting issue. The Idaho Supreme Court does have a rule that essentially lays out that this is to be done in very rare circumstances, important issues where people may disagree and that may make it more orderly in a particular case. Our argument is that for this case to exist, the indictment needs to be valid. If there's something wrong with the indictment, that's something that certainly should be addressed. We're also concerned about the fact that there is case law that says that if this case goes to trial, issues with the indictment may become essentially mooted by that and would never be answered. And there's relatively little in the way of case law in Idaho in the last 20, 30, 40 years. And so without permission to appeal, we may never get an answer on this. And certainly that's very important to Mr. Kohberger, because whether or not there's a valid indictment in this case is going to decide whether or not he sits here and whether or not a trial should occur, et cetera. One of the major issues is whether or not that's going to have an issue with the timeliness of this case. And my understanding is that's going to be the next argument that comes after this one. And so we believe if a trial is set out as far as we think it ought to be, that an appeal at this point won't disturb where we think a trial should occur in any case. And in any matter, this isn't our attempt to achieve some delay. This is our attempt to make sure that our client is getting due process at every step in this case, and that nothing is being left, no stone left unturned. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Logston. Mr. Nye?
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to start with the rule that was just referenced. It's Idaho Appellate Rule 12, and it governs interlocutory appeals. And the criteria in that rule set out two factors the court is supposed to consider. The first is whether or not there are substantial grounds for difference of opinion. And on this particular issue, as the court stated in its order, the standard of proof for grand juries in Idaho has been consistently probable cause for at least 3 decades. That doesn't sound like substantial grounds for a difference of opinion. And in fact, the defense conceded in their opening brief on this issue that, quote, the whole of modern jurisprudence on this issue is against this novel theory that they've raised. So they haven't met that first factor. The second one asks whether an immediate appeal may materially advance the orderly resolution of the litigation. And I have not yet seen in their briefing or heard in their argument any path forward for them in which winning this appeal materially advances this litigation. I think if we're all being honest with ourselves, a trial in this case is going to happen. And the question is when. And if we send this case up on appeal, even if the defendant wins, the law clearly allows for us to bring the case back. Even if the Idaho Supreme Court goes out on a limb and says, you're right, the standard of proof in a grand jury should be beyond a reasonable doubt, we could use a normal complaint and probable cause hearing in front of a judge. So it would be the same standard yet again, and we would go in a whole circle, basically resetting the case to be where we're at today. We need to get to a trial in this case. And that brings me to my final point. I'll also try and keep this short. There are secondary factors that the Idaho Supreme Court has looked to in addition to that rule, even when those first 2 factors are met, to decide, is this actually the case that we want to take an interlocutory appeal? And my read of those secondary factors is it's really asking, like, what is the effect of this appeal on the litigation and on the parties and those involved? And I would just like to point out to the courts, under the rules, this is Idaho Appellate Rule 13F, and it's talking about the stay upon permissive appeal. And it says in F sub 2 that the granting of a motion for permission to appeal under Rule 12 by the Supreme Court automatically stays the entire action or proceeding until the appeal is terminated. So at that point, there's no more discretion. It automatically this case hits the pause button. But more than that, Your Honor, it continues and says, and during that time, the district court or administrative agency shall have no power or authority over the action or proceeding. We're not just talking about a stay in the proceedings. We are talking about this court losing its power and authority over this case while the appeal makes its way through the appellate process. That is going to cause significant delay. As we're about to have an argument or a conversation at least about scheduling. And there is a lot that needs to be done before this trial happens. And this court will have no power to address those issues if this case is pending on appeal. Now, in full disclosure, there are some exceptions to that rule, but it's the exact same exceptions that apply to an appeal as of right after judgment. So it's things like you can change the sentence, you can sentence the defendant, you can change bail, things like that. But for discovery, we've had the genetic genealogy issue that's still out there. We're working and making progress on, but pause button on that, pause button on discovery, pause button on change of venue, pause button on motions about experts and who can say what. It would significantly delay this litigation, which brings me to my final point, and that is I don't want to lose sight of the fact of the seriousness of this case. We are talking about a quadruple homicide. Under Idaho's law, not only are those who were killed victims, but every single one of their immediate family members is a victim. And in this state, in Idaho, our victims have a constitutional right to a timely resolution of the litigation. We are already quite a ways out. And the idea that we would hit the pause button and take power away from this court because there is a interesting issue for the Idaho Supreme Court to address is not something that this court or any court should tolerate. It's time for a trial, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nye. Mr. Lawson? Reply.
Judge, once again, we believe this to be an important issue and one that is worth getting a glance, at least from a higher court, rather than being tucked away and forgotten in the maelstrom that is to come. As the state undoubtedly knows, trial won't put an end to this case. This case will go on for 28 years if they do actually achieve a conviction. So the idea that somehow we're running towards something and that's going to do anybody any good from their standpoint is, I think, false. What we're trying to do is make sure that the things that occur in this case are done correctly. And if you want to talk about how long things are going to take, get some stuff wrong and then see how long it all takes. We're asking that the court would give us permission to go and see if the Idaho Supreme Court would be willing to weigh in on this particular subject. Whether or not the case makes its way to trial at some point is, in our mind, just part of what the court has to look at, particularly in a case where the state's decided that it wants to try to kill someone. Thank
you. Excuse me. Well, first of all, this is a reconsideration of the order relating to dismissing the indictment, whether or not the standard for proof on a grand jury is probable cause or beyond reasonable doubt. I don't think we've done anything wrong about that. That decision was put out quite a while ago. It's rooted in well-settled law. And I think it was correct. Supreme Court, I guess, could turn that around, but that is doubtful in my opinion. We went through Idaho Constitution, statutes, case law, criminal laws, and really common sense. So I feel quite confident that that was a correct decision. So that established that it is well established that the standard of proof for indictment in the grand jury is probable cause, not beyond a reasonable doubt, which is the standard for trial. So putting that aside, now we get to this permission to appeal under Rule 12. So, excuse me, let me just get this in front of me. So the criteria for permission to appeal, this is in Rule 12 of the Idaho Appellate Rules. First of all, it's very, very rare in case law for such an appeal going to the Supreme Court. It does happen, but it is rare. And the court has established this criteria. And I'll just read this part of this. The issue needs to involve a controlling question of law as to which there is substantial grounds for difference of opinion. Again, in my opinion, and based in all the law in Idaho that I've found, is that there's not a difference of opinion about what the standard for the grand jury is. So the defense is making that argument. I respect that. I don't agree with that, but that's where this is. I don't see a difference of opinion throughout the state about what the standard is for grand jury determining an indictment. But this also has a second component. And this is something that Mr. Nye really focused on, is which an immediate appeal from the order may materially advance the orderly resolution of the litigation. And I'm very concerned about delay. And I think that if we send this to the Supreme Court, that it's going to add delay. Mr. Logston is correct. I mean, this is a complicated case. It could take a long time, longer than any of us want. But I think that would add additional delay. As I said, I'm already concerned about that. We're over a year. Could be another year. I'll just let you all know that. Now, even if the Supreme Court takes up this appeal, or I deny it, and I'm going to deny the permissive nature of this. If I deny it, the Supreme Court can still pick up the appeal. That's up to them. But they do look at what the district judge's opinion may have some bearing on that. I hope so. But they could still overturn the orders of this court denying the motions to dismiss the indictment. And they could dismiss the indictment. What would happen then? Okay, is this going to really materially advance the orderly resolution of the litigation? The state could just file it, refile it, as Mr. Nye said. So that's significantly more delay. So there's some other, actually, this is in a case law, Milo versus Todd, where it's an old case, 1983, but the court also considers other factors, including the impact of the immediate appeal upon the parties, the effect of the delay of proceedings in the district court pending the appeal, the likelihood or possibility of second appeal after judgment is finally entered by the district court, and the case workload of the appellate courts. But it finishes with an appeal must be exceptional, seeking of that appeal. Because the Supreme Court doesn't broaden the appeals, which may be taken as a matter of right under Rule 11. So, in my opinion, I do not find that the criteria is satisfied for a permissive appeal. There's no controlling question of law where there is substantial grounds for difference of opinion. The law is settled as far as I'm concerned, and there's no difference that I'm aware of. I also do not see how the appeal could advance the case. To the contrary, it would stall the process when we really need to move forward. So I'm denying the permission for appeal, obviously denying the motion to reconsider. And with that, I think we are ready to go to setting a trial, or at least a schedule order. So anything else about this issue before we go to that? Ms. Taylor?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Mr. Thompson?
No, sir.
Do you want to go first, Mr. Thompson, about the state's position on scheduling?
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to. And to start, Mr. Lodson said something that I think needs to be addressed. He makes the allegation the state is trying to kill someone here, and frankly, I find that offensive. What the state is trying to do is to enforce the law that our legislature has put in place. It says, in cases such as this, with facts like this, a jury is entitled to decide not only guilt, but potential felony. We are simply trying to fulfill our responsibilities under the law. To characterize it as the state is trying to kill someone, is just simply appealing to raw emotion, and it has no place in this courtroom. We would ask that that not be allowed any further. Now, as to the trial, Ms. Nyer already noted that we have a variety of competing interests here. We have certainly the defendant's right to a speedy trial, which he has waived at this point. There are also interests of the state itself, and I think even more importantly, the victims and the families of the victims in this case to a timely disposition of this case. Granted, this is a complicated case. It is a very serious case, and a lot of effort needs to rightly be put into it to make sure that the case is handled correctly. At the same time, we need to also balance the need to move forward in a constructive, productive fashion. When the state filed our motion asking for a scheduling order and trial date, which was a little bit over a month ago, we proposed the summer of this year. And at that time, at this time right now, we believe that we could be prepared for trial summer of this year. We realize defense has factors and considerations they want you, Your Honor, to take into account, and certainly we want to afford them that opportunity. I will say, though, that, and that we touched on this in our motion, in our request for the scheduling order, that given the nature of this case, if we are going to try this case effectively with minimal unnecessary harm or disruption to our community, it should be done during the summertime. And I say that because right across the street there is Moscow High School that shares parking all around the courthouse with everybody else who's going to have an interest in this case and being here. And we've already encountered the conflict between those interests. We can't sustain that for weeks and weeks on end. That's just not fair to the students. It's not fair to the school district. It's not fair to the media. It's not fair to anybody. The other factor is, as Your Honor knows, we have two universities, part of our community. And during the academic year, we have graduations, we have numerous sporting events and other university-related events that essentially consume every available hotel or motel room within miles. This case is going to involve bringing in people from out of state, numerous witnesses from out of state who will have to be put up in lodge. And we would submit that that's going to be unnecessarily complicated if the trial occurs while the universities are in session. So those are the considerations that we have, Your Honor. As I said, we filed this last month. At that time, and as we stand here today, we believe that we could be ready for trial this summer. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Taylor?
Thank you. Your Honor, I received Mr. Thompson's motion for a scheduling order, and I had the opportunity to meet with him and talk with him and Ms. Jennings about that. So it is no surprise to the prosecution that we do not believe a summer of 2024 trial is realistic in any way. Understanding the state's concerns, if a trial were to happen in Latah County, we would suggest looking at summer of 2025. However, council and the court's aware that our intention is to file a motion for change of venue. That hasn't been filed yet because we're not ready to have that heard yet. There's work that has to be done to present to the court and council in support of that. So that's just for the court's information. Your Honor, that in the state's scheduling order, it asks the court for various things. And a lot of those we don't have disagreement with. We think they're appropriate. And in fact, they were things that were covered by the court in the court's original scheduling order. As the court and council recalls, last fall, we had not made the choice to waive speedy trial. And so the court did a scheduling order at that time. It wasn't but a few days later that we'd had enough time to discuss that. And Mr. Kohberger decided to waive his speedy trial, and the court vacated that order. So I'm familiar with what the court likes to put out there as far as a scheduling order, and I don't think there's a problem with that. I would want to inform the court that I do not believe this is a 6-week trial. I believe this is more like a 12 to 15-week trial. This is, as everybody said today, a very complicated case. And I want to talk a little bit about what drives both our request no sooner than summer of 2025. And I say that with fear, Your Honor. There are a lot of things that we have to still do. I want the court and council to know that we haven't sat around waiting for a scheduling conference to begin doing those things. We have been on this case and active and seeking discovery and reviewing discovery, meeting with experts and working the case since the day we were assigned this case. So with that said, there's still plenty to do. And I want to talk a little bit specifically about that. In a case where there is the potential for a death penalty, we're looking at 2 tracks of trial. We're looking at the innocence phase where there's tons of witnesses and a lot of things that happen. And if there is a guilty verdict, we immediately go to a sentencing phase. That's up to the jury what happens there, but both parties have to be ready to proceed forward. So we don't get the luxury of focusing on our case, the state's investigation, our own investigation solely. We focus on that. We are working on that, but we are required to begin our mitigation case. That's what it's called, the penalty case. We are to put on mitigation. We are guided by the ABA standards, American Bar Association standards, in capital cases. That's what this is. A death penalty case is a capital case, and we're guided by those standards. And they tell us that as attorneys, we must investigate every aspect of the case in the innocence phase. We must meet with our client regularly, which we do. We must engage in experts and understand the issues that are coming, which we are. The American Bar Association guidelines in capital cases say we must hire a mitigator, and there must be a mitigation investigation. We hired a mitigator, probably one of the very first people we contacted. And so that has been ongoing for 13 months almost as well. We have not been sitting back and waiting. Your Honor, in this case, the complexities are that there are special areas of focus. And when we get to trial, counsel for the state will put on experts to educate the jury on specific areas of focus, as will we. And it takes a while to get all of that done. In addition to that, as the court knows, everything is recorded. There's digital footprints all over the place. And so we have a lot of records that we have to go through. I know that the court has heard about 51 terabytes of information that we've received. And I want to tell you what that means. Miss Massa found a statistic for me, and I want to tell you how much 51 terabytes of data is. And she found that. She was looking at Dropbox.com, and 51 terabytes of our discovery, to put it in perspective, 1 terabyte can hold 250,000 pictures. 1 terabyte, and we have 51 of those. Or 500 hours of high definition video, and we just have 1 of those. So 500 hours times 51, or 6.5 million document pages. And that's equal to 1,300 filing cabinets. And we have 51 terabytes, not just 1. So that's a lot. There's specialized knowledge. There's a lot to go through in this case. We also have another player in the case, and that's the presence of the media. This is a case that has drawn a ton of attention from the media, and it continues to do so, and I don't think that's stopping anytime soon. The impact of that is that we have found that when we want to talk to witnesses, sometimes they don't want anything to do with us. Sometimes they're people that have already talked to the media too much, and so we shouldn't talk to them or bring them into the case. So that's just a complication. We're working through it. We're working around it, but that's something that the court has to be aware of. I want to let the court know that there are over 400 potential witnesses in the innocence phase alone. I personally and my team have talked to less than 10%, well, less than 10% of those witnesses. In the mitigation phase, our mitigation expert has been actively working the case. We've all been working alongside our mitigation expert. There are still well over 100 people left to try to contact and try to interview. And let me back up and explain what we do with mitigation. We are to learn Bryan's life story. We are to go all the way back to before he was born and learn his life story. We have to be prepared to talk about that in different ways. But it's not just a life story. We're required to go 3 generations back on each side, mom and dad. The court can imagine that there are a lot of documents that must be collected and examined and reviewed so that we are aware of things that we would need to present to our jury if we ever got to that phase. We have had a lot of trouble collecting documents. Sometimes it takes a court order to get documents. Sometimes documents are missing. Sometimes they're very old and you have to piece things together. We're working through it, but I want the court to know it takes some time for that as well. There are records yet to be obtained that we need in both sides. There are still experts yet to be hired that we need to find an expert that has the right expertise and will work on the case with us. We do have several, we're working with them, but there are still more that need to be found. And then let's come back to the discovery. I want to talk about some of the difficulties with discovery, and I want everybody to know that I am not disparaging the state when I say this. I'm describing a complication, a challenge, probably one that the state shares. In this case, we began asking for supplemental discovery in February of 2023. We had some initial discovery, and then we started looking at it and asking for other discovery. We are up to our 11th request for discovery, and there's, I think, 250 items total with subparts to that. The state will respond to us. They're not ignoring us. I'm not saying that at all. There's just a lot out there. But this is complicated because the discovery that we receive, the materials, there's videos, there's interviews, there's police reports, there's photographs, 13,000 photographs that come in, and they are not indexed. So you get a discovery file and there's tons of subfiles, and I believe this is the way the state's getting it too. And I believe this is complicated because we have multiple law enforcement entities that have been working on the case, and I believe they filter discovery through one of the entities and then it gets to the prosecutor. And I think they're hurrying as fast as they can to get the discovery to us. So I think they're giving it to us as they get it. But there's no indexing in it. So you must open each of those files and see what you have. And you might have police reports in sequence, and then you might not. And you might have photographs, but you don't know which officer took them. You can tell where they are, but you don't know which officer, and you don't know what day, because the officers were in that residence multiple times. So that's complicated to try to match all of those things up. There are things that we've asked for that have taken, it's just taken a long time. The court knows we've had motions to compel, and we've had some pretty lively debates about what certain things that we should have and certain things that they don't want us to have for other reasons. Those things take time as well. We don't have complete discovery. I don't think the state has complete discovery, but we definitely don't have complete discovery. I'll give you a couple of examples. There is a video that's a really important video, and we early on received some of it. And we are still waiting for the complete of it. The court would know from our 11th discovery request that there's still outstanding portions of that video that we need to have. And I think the state's working through it, trying to match up video and sound together for the completion, the full several days worth of video. But there's not even an estimated day when we'll get that. And that is critical for us to review and hear all of that. So that's an example, Your Honor, that is not us saying we just don't want to go to trial, we just want to drag our feet. That is us saying there are critical things that we don't have. I am very concerned about expert reports. We have a draft of one, the CAST report. The court had ordered that we receive the CAST report. It's a draft. I don't think the state has it. I don't think they're sitting back on it, but I don't have that yet. And there are completed materials all over the place like that we just don't have. Our team speaks with the prosecution team fairly regularly about these issues. We communicate by text and by email about things like this that are coming up. We've sat down and spoken with them. They're very open to talking to us, but this just isn't a closed deal. There has to be a deadline on discovery. There has to be a target date where that ends. And then there has to be time to make sure that we've read every piece of it, watched all the videos, looked at all of the photographs, and know where they came from. A few months from now is not a sufficient amount of time to do that. There is no possible way I can even read or watch everything I have now or react to things that are still coming in if we're to have a deadline in time for a summer of 2024 trial. There is no possible way that I would be effective in my investigation, in my presentation to a jury, if I don't have the state's expert materials ready to give to my experts and then get them a report to respond to. There is no way that I am effective assistance counsel if I haven't looked at every bit of discovery that's available. Recently, Your Honor, as recently as January 4th, we received discovery that contained over 9,000 tips that law enforcement had obtained. And we've had, this isn't a new issue, I think the court's heard about this before. We've had bits and pieces of tips, and they've come in and we've reviewed them, but the 9,000 new ones we received January 4th, those were closed out in October of 2023. And I don't think the state sat on them. I think that's an example of the process that they close them out so they can give them to us, but they go through other agencies before they get in the prosecutor's hands to give to us. I have to read every one of those 9,000 tips. There are things that matter to us in our innocence phase that have come up and been done, and I have to read them and appreciate them and react to them and see what's there. That's the duty I owe to Bryan. That's his right for effective assistance of counsel, to have me do those things. Your Honor, summer of 2024, it's impossible for us to do it. Our team constantly meets, we constantly work. We are on this. This is our priority. Bryan's our priority, but we are not going to be ready in June of 2024. Your Honor, I want to also talk about some of the other deadlines. One of the things in the state's motion for scheduling order had to do with the alibi defense. And as the court remembers, we had made some submissions and we needed more information before we could do anything more complete. We're still in that circumstance. But when the court vacated its scheduling order last fall, that was part of the scheduling order that was vacated. So the state asserts in its scheduling order that our time has expired, and that just can't be because the court didn't carve that out and say, I'm going to vacate everything but this. So we'll need a new date, but I'd ask the court to be really mindful of the other information we need. We need the cast report. We need other information of things that past agents and other specialists with the FBI might have done with cell towers and records. And I don't have all of those yet. I have some. And the state has pointed me to places that they believe I have more that maybe I missed in the discovery, and I'll look at those. But I'm going to need some time to do that. I wanted to let the court know as well, because the court's going to be considering a scheduling deadline for 12B motions. I want us to have a clear picture before we have that deadline. And the clear picture that I'm concerned about is the state's pathway of how Bryan Kohberger comes to their attention and is identified. I've read that PC affidavit over and over and over again, and I'm not sure. Over a year into this case and everything I've read, and I've spoken with our team, we're not sure how the state decides on Bryan Kohberger. I know different pieces, but I don't know where they fit together. And the more work I do, the less I know about how they fit together. And that is critical for us to assess 12B motions. So while the court's doing deadlines for discovery, I need the court to have something with the 12B keyed on when I have full discovery. I also think it would be appropriate for the court to allow windows to file additional motions based on later disclosed materials too. I think we'll just keep getting materials until the court sets a deadline for it to be cut off. Not anybody's fault, just the magnitude of the case. And so I think that would be something appropriate for the court to set as well. I think that covers it.
Thank you. One more question. So sure. I understand this. I mean, I'm aware amount of disclosures already. But do we need a whole nother year after this summer? I mean, can I help everybody by having tighter deadlines to make things happen faster so that we can get this trial sooner?
That's a tough question. If the state says you have everything, and I believe they could say I have everything they have, but I know there's other things out there. I know it based on responses to discovery. If I had absolutely everything, all their experts' reports, I would still need a period of time to read and understand that. There's not a shortcut for the amount of time that it takes to go through everything. There's just not a shortcut for that. Having a deadline for discovery helps me. It just does. Having a deadline for expert disclosures, that absolutely helps me as well. I have the concerns of discovery that's not yet made available. I have the concerns of the time it takes to review all of the materials. And I have the concerns about the limitations we're finding with people being willing to talk to us, both for the innocence phase and the mitigation phase, should we ever get there. I have significant concerns. We're working on it. If you could say, everything's going to go according to plan, I'm going to give you these deadlines, and all of the materials will be in the state's hands so they can give them to you, and the records you need will be given to you when you ask, and the witnesses that you need to speak with won't slam the door in your face. If you could tell me that, then I would say I could be ready by March of 2025. And that's me saying I'm going to spend every possible hour on Mr. Kohberger's case, which I've been doing and which I'm willing to continue to do, and so is the rest of his team. But my problem is that's best case scenario if we don't run into problems and delays getting records or getting people to talk to us. And if the next calls I make on the experts that I don't have yet secured, if they say yes and they're ready to go and have time to take it on. That's best case scenario. I'm nervous telling you I'll be ready by summer of 2025. I'm nervous telling you that.
This is priority for everybody, and I want to be realistic about it. I don't want to set it more than once. I only want to have one trial, one time, so it doesn't come back. We can only predict the future so much. I only have so much power, so I'm relying on counsel deeply. So let's go to Mr. Thompson and see what you have to say about all this. Just getting things ready for trial.
Ms. Taylor is not understating the amount of work that's involved in this case, Judge. I think that's fair to say, and there's more information that continues to be developed. It's kind of like you ask one question, you get an answer, and that leads you to another question. I know that Ms. Taylor and her co-counsel and investigators are encountering that. We are trying to provide things as quickly as we can, and she's right. There are delays with the multiple agencies getting everything together. The tips, for example, were part of a nationwide tip line that needed to be completely shut down before we could get all the tips that were in it. And so that's why it took so long with these 9,000. I didn't count them, but there are thousands and thousands of tips, most of which are out there. But you're right, most of all of which need to be looked at to see if they have any potential relevance to the case. As I indicated to the court, if we cannot have a trial this summer, then I would say the earliest would be the summer of next year, for the reasons that I've described to the court about the practicalities of carrying on a trial of that duration with the high school, with the universities. We need to be realistic about being sure that we can get our witnesses here. We'll have something to put them, and there won't be undue interruptions in the community that can cause issues with the community's perception of the trial proceedings. I'm not quite sure what else I can offer.
You're making some kind of argument that changing venue, but I know we're not arguing about that.
And I don't think that's going to change anything, Judge. When this case has national, if not international, attention. This spring I was at Association of Council of Counties board meeting in McCall, and there was more news every morning from Boise on this case than we see up here. Every doggone morning. I have friends in this community who have traveled to Mexico, and they say, people here were from Moscow, and immediately they want to talk about this case. It's not Moscow, it's not Latah County, it's everywhere. So I don't think that a change of venue is going to solve any of these problems. And the state's position on venue is that the case should be held here. It's a Latah County case. We believe that we can select an appropriate panel of jurors from Latah County. We have the tools to work with that we've discussed with Your Honor. In fact, we already have a fairly comprehensive draft juror questionnaire to send out so that the court and counsel can assess the level of knowledge and the feelings of the potential jury pool. But we think that we at least owe Latah County, the people of Latah County, the attempt to seat a jury here first, and not just rely on, there's been a lot of publicity. There's been a lot of publicity everywhere. The only place I've heard that there wasn't publicity is in Lewis County. Somebody was talking to a court down there, and they happened to mention Kohberger and said, what are you talking about? So if we want to change venue, I guess we could go to Nez Perce.
Kind of small.
It's kind of small. Lodgings aren't very good as far as a lot of lodging. But I think that is a practical observation on this case. It's not just here. It's not just Moscow. It's not just Latah County.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. So you're saying, you're looking at this realistically and the amount of information, evidence, non-evidence, that's might be looking at summer of 2025?
I'm saying that could be where we end up, Judge. I am still concerned about the victims and their families. I mean, they have suffered for well over a year now with a lot of uncertainty. And that's painful. It's an everyday reminder. And they need some certainty and they need some closure in a timely fashion. But we know we also have to make sure, as Your Honor just said a few minutes ago, that we only do this case once. That it doesn't come back on appeal, that it doesn't come back for subsequent things saying that somebody made a mistake. We want to do it right. And the factors are in front of Your Honor. I think that you're certainly in a good position to make the best decision.
It's a decision that pulls me in two different.
I appreciate that, Judge.
Yeah. I want to set it right now. I mean, I'd like to get a little closer with discovery and see if we can have that more quickly. I'd like to speed it up if it's possible. I'd really like to do this sooner than later. I mean, maybe March 2025, which Taylor, that would be a reach. I just want to let it percolate a little bit. I know everybody probably here, including counsel, want a direct, certain date. But when you're talking about a date so long in the future, potentially, maybe we can get to a point where we can move it more quickly. I'm not going to just let it hang for too long, but it's really hard for me right now to set something in 2025, even though that might be just the reality. And I know that there's lots of other issues to be addressed. I know there are going to be a lot of motions. Going to be a lot of motions about the death penalty as well. So it's realizing to think that we have to have a case so far in the future. But if that's what is the right thing for everything to do it correctly, maybe we only have to do it one time. Because we don't want to do this twice. We don't want to do this 3 times. Because no matter what happens, okay, if he's convicted, it's going to be appeal, and that's also a challenge. So my heart goes out to the victims. I can't even imagine the pain, the grief, because you can't really go forward with your life without this hanging over your head. So, sorry. We'll see. All right, so I'm going to contemplate a little bit. It's not like I have to set this within 2 or 3 months, apparently. And I want to do the right thing. Okay. So, does that conclude what we need to talk about today, Mr. Thompson?
I believe so, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, thank you all. We are adjourned.
The first thing I'm about to say is I do not like other people talking down to each other in here, and we're not going to do it.
No.
If you don't like somebody or what somebody says, then ignore it. That's their right. But you're not going to talk down to anybody in here. Nobody is, okay? There's no need to be rude to anyone. Period. And I'm not going to put up with it, okay? That's all I'm saying. If you don't like it, then you don't need to be here. But everybody has the right to their own opinions. That doesn't mean that somebody's biased or this or that or anything else, okay? We don't need to attack people because somebody thinks Bryan's innocent, or we don't need to attack somebody because they think Bryan's guilty, period. I'm just not going to do it in here.
Nope.
Maury, I don't recognize you, but Bombshell, you're a regular part of this community, and you know how I feel about that stuff. So I'm asking nicely, please. If it's something that they're saying, just ignore it if you don't like it, okay? And let us handle it if it gets out of hand. You're Maury, it looks like you're taunting, okay? Because you keep responding and saying, so I'm gonna go with what I have to do here in a minute if it doesn't stop. You're fine, Sonny. And by the way, Maury's talking. I'm pretty sure I know who that is. Again. Okay, Brandy. That's what I'm saying, Bombshell. You've been here for quite a while. You know how this community works, and if you're uncomfortable with what just ignore it. That's all. No big deal. I know. I'm saying if that's just ignore it. Do I call Maury, or do I call you something else? I see people calling you John. We can call you Jeff.
Hey, Riddler.
I'm just saying. We don't need to do that kind of thing. But if somebody says, they don't like something, then stay away from the subject. And everybody, we're adults, first of all. That's the biggest part of that, okay? Come on.
Kelsey, you don't need to apologize for anything.
You didn't do anything. I was watching the conversation the whole time. You didn't take any part in it, Kels. You're fine. You are absolutely fine.
Whether it's John or not, we're still not going to be
Like I
disrespectful.
said, I don't care if it's John or Jeff or anybody for that matter. We don't do that. Come in under your own name if you can get in. If you can't, then that explains it. But whoever you are, Maury, John, Jeff, Jesus, I don't care who it is. Just don't. If you see something, don't directly talk to somebody if they don't like it. And then if they say, leave them alone or something, leave them alone. That's all. We're adults, folks. No big deal. Yes, you can ask Eddie questions. I don't control Eddie. You can talk to whoever you want to talk to. All I'm saying, guys, is don't disrespect each other. That's all I care about. That's it. If Eddie wants to answer questions, he'll answer questions.
Yeah.
In fact, here's what I'll do. Hold on a minute here. I'm sure he's got something to say. I might have a question for him, actually. Okay, there's a link in the chat. Come on up here, Eddie, if you want to jump up here. And then we'll switch it out with somebody else. That way there's no over talking or anything like that. You're fine, Bombshell. Don't worry about it. Let it be. If it doesn't stop in some senses, then Brandy will handle it. And she already knows what she's doing, so. But I don't want anybody disrespected or removed from here because they have a difference of opinion. That I don't do, okay? I'll sit here all day and say Bryan Kohberger is guilty all day long. Are you gonna get mad at me
Hey,
or try to
Pamela.
remove me? No, guys, we all have that right. Let's keep it that way. That's what this channel is based on, folks. You guys know that. Don't make me start calling people lumooks. Don't make me call you a lumook. Yeah, if I call you a lumook, you know I'm mad.
Mm.
Ain't that right, Brandy? Where you at, Eddie? You don't have to come up here, brother. I'm just saying. People are asking questions, and are you even still in here, bro?
Unknown caller. It is okay for you to call.
Okay,
Unknown
so
caller is nonverbal. They have a
okay, and I'm gonna ask a question. If you're not honest, you're not honest. You know, it is what it is. Are you hiding your voice because I'm gonna recognize your voice, or is it because you don't want people to recognize your voice? There he is. I knew he was coming. Hello, my friend. How are you?
It took me a while to find you. There's so many people live right now.
Yeah. There's a lot, dude. A lot. I think everybody's live.
Usually, when you drop the link, so I turn my phone on and I get into YouTube, and you're just right there. You know, immediately you're one of the first ones that I see. So this time I just had to keep scrolling and looking, and you weren't there. And
You had to
finally
go
I
all the
heard
way
you.
down to the T's, didn't you?
It's
Yeah.
all right. It's all right, buddy. I'm patient. You know that.
Well, this was interesting because, you know, as we discussed yesterday.
Yeah, I was gonna say. You said we knew this before we went to bed last night, and you were right. So
it seems like, you know, either. Okay, so I guess officially what was supposed to happen this morning, according to, you know, the documents, is he was going to listen to their arguments in a sealed hearing at 11 o'clock and mash that in with the originally scheduled hearing for the defendant's motion to reconsider. So put it all together into one closed hearing. But the theory, when, you know, if everyone's been bouncing around the channels and listening to, you know, some of other people's thoughts, the theory would be, well, then he's going to rule on that. He's going to listen to the arguments and decide if, you know, the motion to unseal is going to be allowed or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if it's going to be allowed, well, then the first part of the day, the AM hearing, would be aired.
Right.
We would have been able to watch it together. You know, the closed AM hearing. In other words, we would have been able to watch that. You know, if that was the result of the.
Yes.
Does everybody understand?
I do.
Yeah. Well, obviously that didn't happen. So his ruling, you know, regardless of how and when he made that ruling, his ruling was that the motion to unseal was denied, obviously.
Yeah.
So that we learned that today, no matter what.
Right.
Because we didn't hear the argument of the defendant's motion to reconsider the court's order denying the motion to dismiss, you know, based on lack of sufficient evidence, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, yeah.
We didn't get to hear that. So that's shocking.
Right. I can agree. No, Teresa.
Something tells me that I don't know. I'll just hold my peace. Nothing tells me anything.
No, go ahead, buddy. Go ahead. And nobody, I dare somebody to attack you for your thoughts or your opinion. Because
well, it should have. It seems like it should have been ruled in her favor. You know, the motion to unseal.
I agree. I agree with that. That's what my opinion was the whole time. But I hate saying this because I don't typically think this, and I haven't thought this. Really, at this point, I've tried to give it the benefit of the doubt. I think you know where I'm getting ready to go with this. But
Yeah.
at this point, I'm sure there's going to be many people that are going to say, you're crazy, Dago. But at this point, I really feel like this judge is biased against or biased towards the prosecution. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's
I'm
hard to
sorry
say that.
that I don't typically think that way, or I don't try to think that way. But from what I just saw, he wasn't hearing it. He wasn't hearing anything. He already had his mind made up. He didn't want to hear what they were saying. He didn't seem to give two shits. He looked very uninterested, and then just there it is. I'm sorry, that's my opinion. And somebody can call me out. They can say that they think I'm wrong. That's fine, folks. But that's my opinion at this point. That's how I feel after what I just saw. I'm sure some people are going to agree with me too. It just seemed like he was disinterested in being there. Seemed like he couldn't wait to get out of there. And here, nope. Let's go. Do we have anything else we got to talk about? I'm gonna go lay down. I want to go to the golf course. I mean, that's how I took that. And I'll tell you what, I didn't think that about him earlier on, but it's really starting to lean hard on that right now with me. So that's all I'm saying.
So what we just saw, we heard Jay Logston and his argument, and really it's kind of what we expected, that the judge, he's already ruled on this on the 26th of October. So what's going to change now? And then we hear him drop a little nugget about 20, this could go on for 28 years.
Yeah, I got that too. And he's absolutely right. That's not even remotely far from the truth, because it can. With appeals and everything like that, it absolutely can. Don't worry about it, Maury. I just don't want anybody going at each other, because everybody has the right to their feelings and their opinions. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, it definitely can go on for 28 years.
Corey, that is a good point. Ann Taylor is still trying to figure out, how did they get to my client?
100%. And I wish that would be brought to light.
She doesn't even know. Imagine that. And the way the discovery is coming in to her.
And did you hear, by the way, Eddie, did you hear it? That even, I think Thompson even said, there is basically, in his layman's terms, he said there's new info being brought out every day. There's more information coming to the surface, basically. What else is coming out? Okay. I mean, there's new things coming, that they're sorting through this, and they're still sorting through the old stuff still. I mean, what's going on?
So I always think about what I've said in the past is like, this is his investigation. He's making sure that this is airtight. He has all that already. He's already seen it.
Mm-hmm.
This was his business between November 13th, 2022 and the arrest, December 30th.
Mm-hmm.
He would have already had all that. That is the business of the investigator. The prosecutor, rather. He's not, it seems like he's searching for it himself right now, but that is not how this works in real life. I even put it in the chat because I was listening to him and the others make their argument. And how did he put it? He's working as fast as he can to get the materials.
Right.
Something to that effect.
Yeah, basically.
And Anne alluded to the organization. She didn't say FBI by name, but she.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Agency, maybe would be a better word.
Well,
then
you know, I have to get irritated, not with her, because I love Ann. We all know that. I'm irritated because she doesn't have enough time to be able to present this case by this summer, which is what we all want. We want this. We want to see this trial now, like tomorrow. If we could see this trial tomorrow, we'd all be ecstatic right now. But they're talking 2 years out, possibly at this point, and I can't be mad at her because she's doing. She wants everything done just right because, like she said, that is owed. She owes that to Bryan. That is the service that she owes to him. I have to respect that. So, as much as it irritates me, you know, it's not her fault because she's taken what she can get as fast as she's getting it. You know, then the judge says, "Well, can I help? Well, you want to help now? Okay. Can I make this happen? Can I make that happen? You should have been doing that the whole time, sir." Okay? That's my opinion. I'm not saying he wasn't, but it doesn't look like he was. So, I'm just saying. Go ahead, Eddie. If you were going to say something and I cut you off, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, and they've all sworn an oath. They, Bill Thompson equally. If he is doing something nefarious, that goes right against what he has an obligation to not be, And the same with the judge. If they are bought and paid for, they are really in a conflict of interest here. And I can't imagine, what type of leverage whatever agency has, if they have.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But they're not acting, it doesn't seem like they're acting, it seems like they're acting disingenuously.
Yes.
This doesn't even seem real.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, bud. That's a good way to put it, actually. I agree with you. What was I going to say? There was something I was going to add to that, and I can't think of it. Go ahead, because I forgot
Let's talk about prosecutorial misconduct. If that is withholding, I was able to this morning sneak over to get a Clue's latest video, and he pulled up a Idaho document. I believe it is ICAR 32. Maybe we could pull that up if that's the one. I'm looking for it right now. But if it is Bethany's exculpatory statement, he was obligated to give that to the grand jury. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's see if we can find that real quick.
Okay. Let me see here. This is ICAR 32, Administrative Rule 32, Idaho. Records of the Judicial Department, examination, and copy and exemption from the limitations on disclosure. Can I blow it up? Hold on. Maybe that's big enough. Does that help at all, you guys? Can you see that any better, Eddie?
Oh, let's see. I'm on my own right now, but no, I'm as long as you can see it. I'm
okay.
Well, let's put that discussion on the side for a bit while I'll try to find it first before we waste everybody's time.
That's fine.
But we'll continue on with what happened at the hearing today. So the state certainly wants to get this in this summer.
Mm-hmm.
We heard. But they're still searching for the discovery themselves, he said, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Wonder if we could re-listen to that portion of it, maybe. Do you think it's available for or would that be hard to do right now?
We might have to wait for it to be reprocessed too because it went dead when I was there.
Yeah. it could be something like we could do it on another day to review what we just watched. You could just pull up your live stream from today.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That's interesting. And is Court TV covering it, do you guys think?
Probably.
Probably.
Actually, you know what? They're not leaving their videos up. They're taking it down. Well, that sucks. Okay, so yeah, we would have to pull it up on mine or somebody else's. Hold on. Court TV or something. Okay, I got that unknown. Thank you. Hold on a minute. Let me check something here real quick. By the way, we got 226 likes with 207 people. You guys are awesome. Thank you for that.
Okay, I found it, Dago. I had you pull up the wrong document. It is Idaho Criminal Rule 6.1. That's why we weren't finding it. So let's try that.
One second. We're loading.
Administrative rule. So it is called Idaho Criminal Rule 6.1, Prosecuting Attorney's Role with Grand Jury.
Okay. Let's see. It'll give me.
Night, Jessa. Take care, hon.
Have a great night, Jessa. Thank you for joining us today. All right, here we go. Well, this thing's easy to maneuver through. I'm going to be able to do this stuff in my sleep by the time this trial is over.
Seriously.
Rule 6.1, prosecuting attorney's role with grand jury. Let's see here.
Is that
There
it?
it is. That's it. Let me see if I can make it just a little bigger for you guys without blowing it out. Okay. There's it. There it is right there. Prosecuting attorney's role with grand jury. A, B, 1, 2, all of them. They're all there. Okay, thank you, Jess. So Law and Crime does have it, Eddie. So if we have to go back to it, we can pull it up. I did hear, and it kind of irritated me, Bill Thompson did, that they were talking about change of venue, and he's trying to argue that. We don't need to do that. Really?
So let's see. Yours is pretty small. Does it say under B, powers and duties, present the grand jury evidence of any public? Does it say that?
Right there, yeah.
Okay. I think this is where he got it. When a prosecutor conducting a grand jury inquiry and.
How about now? Can you see it okay on my screen?
Well, not really, but that's because I'm on my iPhone here.
Oh, okay. Wow. I guess if you had an Android, you'd probably see it better.
Probably not.
Investigation.
Powers and duties, is that the one you're looking at?
Well, yeah, I think that's what I'm looking at here. And I thought it was present to the grand jury evidence of any public offense. However, when a prosecutor conducting a grand jury inquiry is personally aware of substantial evidence which directly negates the guilt of the subject of the investigation, the prosecutor must present or otherwise disclose that evidence to the grand jury. That's in the one with the parentheses.
Yep, right here.
Yeah. So Get a Clue pointed that out this morning. If that's what this prosecutorial misconduct, if he had exculpatory and he did not disclose that, then, you know, if that's not what it is, then it sure sounds like that's, you know, what Ann was talking about.
Yeah, that does match up. I agree with you.
But we didn't hear that argument. We weren't allowed to, and we never will. No. I'd like to know what Ann knows. I'd like to have heard what they went through this morning in the closed hearing.
I do agree.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could have a conversation with her. I know that'll never happen, but
no, and they weren't gonna, you know, they had their game faces on. They had a poker face. They're not gonna.
Mm-hmm.
It's not gonna help them to look disgusted or mad.
No, of course not. Of course not.
So we have to, you know, our best recourse, I guess, would be to, you know, on a later date, review what we heard, go through that hearing, kind of dissect it word for word, and see what nuggets we can get out of there.
Yeah.
I'm sure everybody will.
Yeah, I was planning on. I had already had a plan to have this coming week a whole show on nothing but that hearing. So, and discussing it, breaking it down piece by piece, and talking about it. So.
So what is everybody's thoughts? Does anybody have anything they want to point out or add or ask?
There's a lot. Yeah, I know a bunch of you guys had questions for him. So ask away. He's there.
Did you get unknown caller's question for Eddie off your phone?
That's what I gotta go look at now. That's what I'm trying to pull up. Okay. Meanwhile, watch the chat if you can, see if there's any questions for him.
All right.
Okay, hold on here. Oh, that's a good question. Can they still go to the Supreme Court or not? It sounds like he's kind of alluded to. I don't know whether they will be able to, but he's not going to. What would be the way to say it? He's not going to rule that way, I don't think.
Hi, Archer.
Oh, Mama 4 UK. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. He is. She thinks he is. She knows. She doesn't think. She knows it.
David said, he said they will, what is it? He said they will favor his decision. Hello, Miss Lily. It's good to see you too, hon.
No, whole floats. I'm just on the panel.
What, you gonna take my seat too?
I think the general consensus is that was pretty disgusting what we watched today.
Yeah, pretty much.
I have to confess, while we were watching it, I was bouncing around and looking at others' live streams too and watching their chat. So everybody was pretty surprised and let down by what was going on.
Corey said, Eddie, do you think Anne will get more discovery?
You know, she's still looking for the cast. She mentioned that.
Mm-hmm.
And that has to do with the location of his car, doesn't it?
Yes.
How did...
Okay, hold on 1 second, Eddie and Mama Bear. I'm gonna see if you guys can hear this.
Okay.
1 second. Let's see if this works. One second. It's not coming through. Let me know if you guys can hear this. All right, let's try this again. Excuse me.
Hello, Dago. This is unknown caller. I'm nonverbal, and I hope that's okay with you. Joe Judge. Well, I find him to be harmless. He is loving this attention and is ineffective as a leader in the courtroom. We need a man, not a sissy. Now on to Bryan Kohberger. I just wanted to get your viewpoint on what the best way for Bryan to attack these charges would be. I believe the 8 hours of recusal on the part of Dylan Morkinson is plant reasonable doubt, amongst other things. And the DNA evidence is stick at the very best. I understand that everyone outside of Mr. Kohberger has been cleared, so I'm not sure who the defense can install as a reasonable subject or co-conspirator at this time. This seems like a Spud-Webb slam dunk for the prosecution. Dago, thank you for taking my call, and a special thanks to Doodle for being a great person. We all love her. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks. Unknown caller.
You want me to play that back with no echo at all?
I think so. It was hard to hear.
I thought so. Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that.
Hello, Dago. This is unknown caller. I'm nonverbal, and I hope that's okay with you. Joe Judge. Well, I find him to be pompous. He is loving this attention and is ineffective as a leader in the courtroom. We need a man, not a sissy. Now on to Bryan Kohberger. I just wanted to get your viewpoint on what the best way for Bryan to attack these charges would be. I believe the 8 hours of recusal on the part of Dylan Morkinson does plant reasonable doubt, amongst other things. And the DNA evidence is skink at the very best. I understand that everyone outside of Mr. Kohberger has been cleared, so I'm not sure who the defense can install as a reasonable subject or co-conspirator at this time. This seems like a Spud-Webb slam dunk for the prosecution. Dago, thank you for taking my call, and a special thanks to Doodle for being a great person. We all love her. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks. Unknown caller.
Okay, that was better. Well, first of all, I don't think the defense in this case is going to be pointing out or suggesting, any theories of who did it as part of their defense. The reason I say that, well, let me make sure I want to say, I don't think they know. I don't think there won't be a co-defendant, in my opinion. Absolutely not. And as part of their defense, they're not going to say, well, this other person had means and opportunity. I just don't see that. What were some of the other things he was pointing out in that voice message, Dago?
You're muted.
You're muted, Dago.
First thing he said was to stop muting yourself, Dago. No, I'm kidding. He feels that the judge is ineffective in the courtroom as a leader. He said, he wanted your viewpoints on that. and to get your viewpoint on what you believe the best way for Bryan to attack would be. These charges would be, I believe, the 8 hours of recusal.
Yeah.
Welcome, Golf Inspector. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Hi.
The 8 hours and Dylan's statement.
Yeah.
I think Dylan's statement is a fabrication. I don't think she made that statement willingly.
I have I agree with you, and we also have a show we're going to probably be doing next week. Sarge is going to be involved in this on a theory that he put together. That it's something I was going to approach a while back, and I decided against it because we had other stuff going on. So it's something we're going to be putting together this coming week, though. I'm going to let you know that, and it's quite interesting.
Hey, Golf.
Other things are coming to surface now. Hey, Willie, good to see you, bud. Yeah, other things are coming to the surface now. Other things are being talked about now. I mean, how surprised was everybody to hear Stephen and Christy Gonsalves' depiction of the crime scene with Kaylee? That was a little shocking to me, I'll say. So I think there's some things coming out at this point and changing. So I have a plan for a show next week that I'm going to be putting out in that sense too. So, what's happening? Go ahead, bud.
Oh, just real quick. We're right before you pulled up that voice message. We're finishing up talking about the cast that she's still requesting, and I went to my notes because that was part of request number 4. It was numeral number 4 in the second motion to compel. When they went to court on June 27th, that was a very entertaining hearing that we all watched together.
Right.
And that, reminding everybody, that was when the prosecution, when Ann said, about this cast information that they're requesting, prosecution's response was, these records are still in their final stages. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Apparently they're still in their final stages.
Ridiculous.
That's what I wanted to jump on and talk about a little bit, is that the PCA, of course, that makes no sense for Ann Taylor.
Mhm.
And I believe John Judge also agrees to that. And we've seen him say that before very openly, that it makes absolutely no sense. So that, and then they're still under investigation. That's the problem here. It's not ending. I think they weren't lying when they said 28 years. It's going to go on for. I mean, it's a joke per se, but still, it seems like a cluster mess over there. They just put things together in a big jumbled mess, gave it to them, 51 terabytes. Here you go. Don't know where everything is. PCA makes absolutely no sense. And they have to go through it meticulously, step by step, because that's what they were supposed to do to begin with. So I think this tells us a lot about where everything is standing right now, because I think people doubted that this was still under investigation. But knowing what we know now, this is still an ongoing investigation.
Thanks for pointing that out with the fact that Ann, the PCA doesn't make any sense to Ann.
Mm-mm.
M. Brown says, can you please talk about how the request for discovery is a video? I assumed it was IgG, not video. Interesting, M.
I think both. The video, I mean, we're just shooting in the dark here. We're thinking it's got to do with surveillance, right? The car, that they couldn't match up the audio to the visual or something like that she was talking about. They're still doing that in the process. That's what I'm saying. It's a cluster. I think they created a cluster when they were so hyper focused on Bryan Kohberger that they dropped everything else, and there's just like a jumble of all the other things that's just been collecting on top of each other. So I can imagine what this looks like from the inside, and I wouldn't want to be in her shoes, to be quite honest.
No, and that's why I said I can't, as much as we want this case to go to trial now, I can't get upset with the fact that, she I can't get upset with the fact that she doesn't 2 years out possibly, and because I just like with any case, I want her to be fully prepared. Okay, and if she's not able to understand things, see things for what they are, and it's not because she's inept, it's because of the relative size of the case, one, and two, all of the how crazy it is. You know what I mean? So that's my opinion. Sorry if I interrupted. I didn't mean to.
No, that's exactly my point too. And it doesn't seem like the prosecution is ready either to be on point, because they were not,
Nope, I agree.
going against the 2025. They were like, well, yeah, we agree, because and you can tell like that Ashley, I can't remember her last name, the big her big gulps in between. You can tell when she's surprised and when she's like, oh, thank God, so watching her little face there also made a lot of sense to all this, because we could not see Bill Thompson other than when he got upset again for a brief minute.
Oh, because of Jay Logston's comment. I mean,
yes,
he was being pretty blatant truth. It is what it is. So, well, Bill can say what he wants to say. It is what it is. If he do what he's supposed to do, and then they could do what they're supposed to do, and none of this would be a problem.
They need to do this correctly is the problem, and they didn't do it correctly.
Right,
and
right.
And that's what they pointed out, that this was not done correctly. Well, you can go ahead and refile, yes, but in the meantime, what you've done needs to be invalidated, and then we can turn the clock back and then go back to the original, and let's do it right. And that's the problem they had. They don't have a problem with them filing a grand jury. They have a problem with how it was done, and under what circumstances. So I would say I would skip over. Judge told his ruling, but that was just like, he didn't say either. He can't stop them from going to Supreme Court with this, and they should, honestly. Not sure if it will ever be looked favorable or not, but they can still go ahead with it, and they should do it, because if they're expecting everything to go played by the book, like the judge is talking about, well, then let's play by the book completely, all the way.
Well, right, and here's the thing: we know that Ann Taylor works for the state, right? Okay. If the judge wants to help, find a way to get more money to pay for more people for the defense team to help them with the 51 terabytes of shit that they have to go through and everything else. If you want to hurry this along, Judge, there's your point. Do that, okay? Like let's get some things rolling for this, to get this moving. Okay, this woman's got all this to herself. That's a lot. You heard her explain how much this 51 terabytes turns out to be. Not to mention 400 witnesses. They've only got to speak to 40 of them. The tips from the tip line, everything else. I mean, come on. I mean, it's insane. So that's where they need to pick this up at. Let's bring some more members on to the defense team. Give her a hand, whether they're part-time, whatever it is. Give her some people to help her with this. That's my opinion. I'm just saying.
And to the prosecution, to that note, if it's true what Bill Thompson said, they didn't go through all the tip lines.
That's right.
They didn't have time, and that's a problem. That is a big problem. What if there was a tip that came in that actually validated something or had a value in point to their investigation, and they missed it, and now they're going over that? What happens then? That's some bullshit.
Agree. I do agree. I mean, it's ridiculous at this point. This should all be priority, and they should have this for this case the way it is. This one, Bryan should have an entire team of people to himself to deal with just this case and nothing else. Period. Okay. Now, granted, I know that he doesn't have, his own attorney and blah 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 blah. Make this happen. If you want this done, they're complaining about it. They want it quick. The judge wants it done. They want it done. They want it done. Okay, then you do the things to make it happen, sir. You have that ability. You're the big guy. You're the boss. Okay. And it needs done right. That, like you said, Golf. That's my opinion. They need to do it right, not rush through it. And that's what Ann was trying to say. We can't rush through this. We have to do this right. So therefore, it's going to take this, and this. In turn, Bill wants to rush through this. We need to get this to trial, Your Honor. We need to just get to the trial, Judge. I mean, Okay, the judge wants to get it going too. Okay, then you guys need to do your part. Make it happen. Make it do it and do it right. Okay, we don't need to rush through this case like all these other cases have been at this point and not do it right, because this is the death penalty on the table, folks.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. And he's
Well,
not going.
and this whole grand jury indictment, I don't know if this can be brought up on not, when they do file for retrial or something like that. This can be brought in because of how this was done. If I was the judge, I would be very careful with that, but he doesn't seem to put too much credence into it. But I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just thinking out loud, like as a common person. And I would think that's a big problem if you're, looking at something in the future where you're going to file for retrial, then that's going to come into play.
There you go. There you go. Yes. Yes. I mean, believe me, we all want this trial to happen now too. Like I said before, I know I do. I'm sure Mama Bear does. We want this over with, guys. We want to be behind this. Okay. But at the same time, I don't want it done so quickly. Like I said, that there's things mistaken. There's things dropped. There's people missed. 400 witnesses. They need to speak to every single one in depth, not just hey, were you there? Did you see it? Okay, bye. No, it doesn't need to be that way. This is a very crucial case. It's a death penalty case, and the victims and the victims' families deserve that real justice too, whether Bryan did it or not did it. Okay. And that's what I'm seeing here when I watched this hearing, and I have a couple other that I've seen. I see that it seems to be non-consequential to the. Well, for today, the judge seemed kind of bothered that he was there, and he seemed like, okay, are we done now? Can I go lay down? You know what I mean? That's how I took this. I mean, maybe it was me. But that's how I took it. That's a problem for me because he does show a bias, in my opinion, if you want to call it that, towards the prosecution.
He shows it in a way of his mannerism, I believe, is when I watch him, he's very soft towards the prosecution and how he addresses them, as opposed to how he addresses the defense team. He's very hard on them. So I don't know what that structure is. And I mean, they all went to the same school, even Anne. So they shouldn't have anything like that going on. I don't know, but I noticed that too. I noticed
body
that.
language. Yeah, the body language today was quite evident, in my opinion. Quite evident.
I do think the defense was trying to communicate with the public. Since we were denied the ability to have, what she requested to be unsealed. So there was a couple of nuggets, I guess we would call them, that were thrown, and I was typing them as I caught on to them in the chat. One of them, and Golf, you were talking moments ago about either the PCA or how the tips were coming in. It was during one of those times that Anne was addressing those concerns. I think she used the word something like how the state decides it would be my client. That
Exactly.
word, and I typed it in chat. Sadly, I typed the word decide without the S, but it's in there. And if we replay Dago's video on a future day, we can see how that matches up to what she was saying. But isn't that interesting how she's saying the same thing we've all been discussing ourselves?
I have it right here, friend. It's right here. You show me where to go, and I'll go there for you.
It feels like she's saying what a lot of us have been saying. You're just putting it on this guy. How did you decide to put it on him?
Well, yeah, exactly. And this is why we love you, Eddie, because you take notes and you do that meticulously, and I like that.
You're like the secretary for the whole damn community.
Yes.
When it comes to
you.
the law notes, I'm telling you, bro.
Seriously.
What part of this were you talking about specifically, Eddie? Because I have it here live, the whole thing. So
where she says you just have to what is that red bar on let's see. Oh, this is, so what are we
Oh,
looking at?
hold on a minute, Eddie. You're on your phone, right?
Yeah.
That's why it's hard to see. Okay. All right. I took the ticker off
Okay.
at the bottom. That's gone now.
Yeah, so you'd have to have your chat turned on to see on the, you know what I mean? And maybe
Well,
you wouldn't.
this is where Ann's standing up talking. So is it
Well, we can listen to it, and she'll say it.
right here?
Yeah.
You can't see it? Okay.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. Let me see if it comes through. All right.
Scheduling order, and I had the opportunity to meet.
All right. Let me back this up to where she starts talking then.
But what I'm trying to say is the quickest way for anyone to do it on a day when your chat is uploaded on the right-hand side of this video is to see where I typed in decide.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
that'd be the shortcut way to find it. So right now we're just going to be like,
well,
having
she wasn't up too long. Maybe we can run into it right here. I'll just play it real quick and we'll see what happens from here. Okay.
Sure.
Mr.
Actually, I'll speed it up just a tinge too. That way we don't sit here too long. And
Thompson's motion for a scheduling order, and I had the opportunity to meet with him and talk with him and Ms. Jennings about that. So it is no surprise to the prosecution that we do not believe a summer of 2024 trial is realistic in any way. Understanding the state's concerns, if a trial were to happen in Latah County, we would suggest looking at summer of 2025. However, counsel and the court's aware that our intention is to file a motion for change of venue. That hasn't been filed yet because we're not ready to have that heard yet. There's work that has to be done to present to the court and counsel in support of that. So that's just for the court's information. Your Honor, that in the state's scheduling order, it asks the court for various things. And a lot of those we don't have disagreement with. We think they're appropriate. And in fact, they were things that were covered by the court in the court's original scheduling order. As the court and counsel recalls, last fall, we had not made the choice to waive speedy trial. And so the court did a scheduling order at that time. It wasn't but a few days later that we'd had enough time to discuss that. And Mr. Kohberger decided to waive his speedy trial and the court vacated that order. So I'm familiar with what the court likes to put out there as far as a scheduling order. And I don't think there's a problem with that. I would want to inform the court that I do not believe this is a 6-week trial. I believe this is more like a 12 to 15-week trial. This is, as everybody said today, a very complicated case. And I want to talk a little bit about what drives both our request no sooner than summer of 2025. And I say that with fear, Your Honor. There are a lot of things that we have to still do. I want the court and counsel to know that we haven't sat around waiting for a scheduling conference to begin doing those things. We have been on this case and active and seeking discovery and reviewing discovery, meeting with experts and working the case since the day we were assigned this case. So with that said, there's still plenty to do. And I want to talk a little bit specifically about that. In a case where there is the potential for a death penalty, we're looking at 2 tracks of trial. We're looking at the innocence phase where there's tons of witnesses and a lot of things that happen. And if there is a guilty verdict, we immediately go to a sentencing phase. That's up to the jury what happens there, but both parties have to be ready to proceed forward. So we don't get the luxury of focusing on our case, the state's investigation, our own investigation solely. We focus on that. We are working on that, but we are required to begin our mitigation case. That's what it's called, the penalty case. We are to put on mitigation. We are guided by the ABA standards, American Bar Association standards in capital cases. That's what this is. A death penalty case is a capital case, and we're guided by those standards. And they tell us that as attorneys, we must investigate every aspect of the case in the innocence stage. We must meet with our client regularly, which we do. We must engage in experts and understand the issues that are coming, which we are. The American Bar Association guidelines in capital cases say we must hire a mitigator and there must be a mitigation investigation. We hired a mitigator, probably one of the very first people we contacted. And so that has been ongoing for 13 months almost as well. We have not been sitting back and waiting. Your Honor, in this case, the complexities are that there are special areas of focus. And when we get to trial, counsel for the state will put on experts to educate the jury on specific areas of focus, as will we. And it takes a while to get all of that done. In addition to that, the court knows, everything is recorded. There's digital footprints all over the place. And so we have a lot of records that we have to go through. I know that the court has heard about 51 terabytes of information that we've received. And I want to tell you what that means. Ms. Massa found a statistic for me. And I want to tell you how much 51 terabytes of data is. And she found that. She was looking at Dropbox.com. And 51 terabytes of our discovery, to put it in perspective, 1 terabyte can hold 250,000 pictures. 1 terabyte. And we have 51 of those. Or 500 hours of high definition video. And we just have one of those. So 500 hours times 51. Or 6.5 million document pages. And that's equal to 1,300 filing cabinets. And we have 51 terabytes, not just one. So that's a lot. There's specialized knowledge. There's a lot to go through in this case. We also have another player in the case, and that's the presence of the media. This is a case that has drawn a ton of attention from the media, and it continues to do so. And I don't think that's stopping anytime soon. The impact of that is that we have found that when we want to talk to witnesses, sometimes they don't want anything to do with us. Sometimes they're people that have already talked to the media too much, and so we shouldn't talk to them or bring them into the case. So that's just a complication. We're working through it. We're working around it, but that's something that the court has to be aware of. I want to let the court know that there are over 400 potential witnesses in the innocence phase alone. I personally and my team have talked to.
So understand something, you guys. What she's saying is there's multiple phases within this case. There's the innocence phase, the mitigating phase, and she said there's over 400 witnesses in the innocence phase alone. However many witnesses in the mitigating phase, and however many witnesses in these other phases. So it's all just ongoing, you guys. Ongoing. That's how much there is with this. Just so you guys understand what she's saying. Wow, welcome back, Golf.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Less than 10%, well, less than 10% of those witnesses. In the mitigation phase, our mitigation expert has been actively working the case. We've all been working alongside our mitigation expert. There are still well over 100 people left to try to contact and try to interview. And let me back up and explain what we do with mitigation. We are to learn Bryan's life story. We are to go all the way back to before he was born and learn his life story. We have to be prepared to talk about that in different ways. But it's not just a life story. We're required to go 3 generations back on each side, mom and dad. The court can imagine that there are a lot of documents that must be collected and examined and reviewed so that we are aware of things that we would need to present to our jury if we ever got to that phase. We have had a lot of trouble collecting documents. Sometimes it takes a court order to get documents. Sometimes documents are missing. Sometimes they're very old and you have to piece things together. We're working through it, but I want the court to know it takes some time for that as well. There are records yet to be obtained that we need in both.
Have you seen or heard anything yet, Willie? Or not Willie? Jesus, sorry. Eddie?
Oh, no. Keep
Okay.
going.
I was looking at Willie's name and this and that. And I was just teasing, by the way. I don't think anybody heard me or saw me, but that was nice, Miss Lily. See, I have to grow my hair longer to be more important, I guess. Maybe be prettier. Maybe that's the problem. Nobody cares about me anymore. It's all about you now.
How about you just stop dyeing it and just be you?
Then I look like a homeless man living under a bridge.
No, you don't.
I do. I feel like I do.
You would look like that picture you have up.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, moving
that
on.
was interesting. 400 witnesses. That is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just in the innocence phase. Really? Wow. And they've only gotten through literally less than 10%. That's insane. What I mean, this is what I'm saying. If you're gonna help judge, give them some people. You know, give them people that can do these things for them to help them to do this. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
But it didn't seem like it's about people not wanting to talk to them is what it seems like.
I mean,
or they already talked to the media extensively, so they have no value.
Or they're watching the media and they don't care to say they have their mind made up. Okay, that's another thought I have too.
Yeah, biased. Correct.
Absolutely, and that's why it pissed me off when Bill Thompson said, "I don't really think there's a need to go and to change venue." Of course you don't. Of course you don't, because everybody there thinks that Bryan's guilty.
Well,
You'll
and
be
also
surprised.
think about this. If you're going to have a court hearing during the summer, you're going to make the jury pool smaller because
Mhm.
people are out for the summer, obviously.
Right.
So what happens then? You're going to just have the core Moscowan people that's been there for generations.
And don't say that they're not biased, because they live here.
They
This is
support their community, correct?
right. That's right. Thank you. Come on, folks. This is not rocket science to figure this out. And like I said, that's why at this point, looking at this man in his body language completely took me in another direction today. I was really surprised. I'll be honest with you. It's the first time I've seen it. Maybe I wasn't looking before. I'm looking now. This man, to me, looks like him and Bill Thompson are going to play golf after this. That's why he was in a hurry, and they're going to talk it all out there, right there. Okay. That's a joke. I'm not saying that actually happened, but I'm just saying you don't seem like he gives two shits what the defense has to say, in my opinion, at this point. And I really thought a few hearings back that he was kind of on their side a little bit. Not anymore.
And he uses a personal antidote that he throws in there where he's throwing a useless suggestion, a worse alternative. We could go to the Nez Perce County where there's even less residents and use them as our jury pool.
Well, he was talking about this has gone national. And then he said, even further than that, and said everybody knows about it, about going here and going there, and people are asking about it, so on and so forth, except for Nez Perce County. And then the judge, that's small. Who cares? You know what I mean? This is just not the way it's supposed to be. Not at all. And I said from the beginning that he needs to be recused, in my opinion, only because it shouldn't be a judge from this area, I don't think. And I think the change of venue is very important. But again, Thompson did make a good point that everybody has been watching this all over the world, not just here. But still, there's got to be some people that don't know about this. Willie said he talked to somebody at one point that had never heard of it, which is surprising, but there's got to be some people out there.
So using that logic, he kind of defeats his own argument because, they do in football, in high school football, they don't have what do they call it? A Region 1 or Class A football team that has a huge population play against. Help me out, Dago. What are they called? Is it like the 5A and 4A and 3A and 2A and 1A?
The Steel Valley or the AAA or the AA league, stuff like that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
A very rural team has a pool of a small amount of high school males that they can pull from. So they're not going to be able to field as strong of a football squad as a larger, city.
Agreed.
And that's same. So using that logic, right, so since the whole world knows, you would want to go to a county that has a larger population.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Very true. Good point, Eddie. Willie's got a good point too, saying the problem, one of the problems is that people don't want to get involved, and then they're labeled as a sympathizer, and then you're looked down upon because then that you get called names like you're a Kohberger lover because you're not saying he's guilty. That automatically makes you in the innocent bracket. That's dumb. Come on now. Let's think logically, folks.
And there's a problem with that because they're witnesses. That is something that you cannot overlook. If you have 400 witnesses, you need to talk to them as a witness and not like, as a bias here or there. What they found, though, is that people don't want to talk to them because they have a bias or, and that's the main issue.
Yeah.
If people don't want to talk to them because they are feeling that they'll be looked upon, you'll have that problem, I'm sure, when it comes to trial, where a lot of people will be afraid of standing up for Bryan. That's going to come up.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Teresa just said, Dago, do you think Bryan knows he has the support from the people that are seeking the truth? Probably not, because he doesn't get, well, then again, he does have they have tablets in there. and he can watch the news. He can't get on social media, but the news is not actually carrying it. So he probably doesn't realize how many people are leaning on the side of him being innocent of this situation. Because that's even if you're, in my opinion, I guess I gathered this later. If you think he's innocent, you think he had nothing to do with it. But if you're where I'm at and you're on the fence in the middle of it, it still is in defense of him in a sense because there's no proof that he did it to me. So again, we don't have that at that point. So I guess it helps him in that sense too. That's a good point. That's a really good point. Welcome, Draw. Thank you for joining us. I
Well,
hope that answers.
I think he's got parents that watches, I'm sure a lot of these shows. So I'm sure he hears about it. I would think so. 100%. Can I just bring up something I think Terry Martin brought up? And I don't know why they're not talking about the murder weapon, but it doesn't seem like it's going to matter at all,
I don't think it
to
will
be
either.
honest, because, we just saw a case where they didn't even find a body and somebody was convicted of murder in that area by Mr. Bill Thompson as a prosecutor. So it doesn't really look like it matters. If a body don't matter, then the murder weapon won't either. So
That's a good point. Thank you, Golf. I appreciate that point.
I have a question on the witnesses, like the 400 witnesses. If they did go in and give their side or whatever, how would anybody know? I mean, that's not public record, right?
True. Very true.
Well, wouldn't that be, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking, but wouldn't that be part of the discovery? You need to.
It has to be recorded for one.
Question these witnesses, because if on the stand, are they going to impeach themselves? You're going to want to have their statement. You want to go and interview these witnesses first. And she's got 400 of them, and she's seen only 10% of that.
Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. When she goes to interview these people, how would everybody else know that
We won't.
they've been interviewed?
We know. We won't.
Public record.
That's
well,
it.
Well, we would, because all that becomes public record after the fact, right?
After the fact, we'll know.
Yeah.
But beforehand, no, we won't know.
Yeah.
It'll be part of the discovery. We can FOIA all this at the end, in 2062 when this is over. And then, we'll probably be able to know everything at that point if we're still here. So,
yeah.
That's I know that was a little exaggerated, but maybe not.
Maybe not.
See, I mean, we all 28 years later know that, that's very possible there. So, yeah, that's a good point. And a lot of asks. I love the questions you guys are asking today and the things you're putting out there. If we're basing on the PCA, no jury would convict, but we don't know all the evidence that's involved. And that's true. At the point where they said the 51 terabytes and what it relates to, like how many filing cabinets did she say? Like 91 or something like that?
51 filing cabinets with like 13,000 filing cabinets each or something like that.
And over 1 million pages of documents. Yeah. I mean, guys, what? I would not want her job. I don't care how much was paying. Okay. This is a lot. It's overwhelming. And again, they need more people. You just pathetic little defense team sitting here next to this guy is all that's doing this, guys. I'm sure they have a couple other, paralegals around, but I'm just saying, like, it's not enough. It's not enough.
But just know that coming from what we heard today, what Ann states and what she's seen so far come through on her desk in 51 terabytes and all the discovery information and all that, take that into consideration. When she says the PCA still does not make any sense, how they find Bryan. So how do they have more evidence if that's what she claims?
Yeah.
I don't think she would claim that unless it was true.
Well, that was claimed. Thank you for bringing that up as well. That was claimed, and it was also claimed that basically, in layman's terms, that daily more information is coming to the surface. More information. From where? From where?
Because it's an ongoing investigation. That's what I'm saying.
Right. That's it.
Yeah.
There it is. Thank you. And that means, guys, that at any point in time, we could wake up on next Tuesday morning and some crazy thing just happened that completely changes this case upside down.
Mm-hmm.
So remember that kind of stuff. So it's an ongoing investigation. A lot of people I saw earlier saying, "Well, isn't the investigation done?" No, not at all. Hell, we don't know. There could be more arrests made. And don't take that to court, guys. I'm just saying that's a possible. That's what I mean by this. Not that it's factual, but it could happen. Okay, anything could happen at this point. So don't let that go from your mind. And that all needs to be taken into account. And I wish that this guy right here would take all that into account, because it really doesn't seem like he gives two shits about this at this point. She's saying, CL said she's saying she can't figure out how they got to him. She should know if a confidential informant gave the tip. She'll never get that person's name ever. I mean, that's true. But we don't know, though. We don't know that at this point.
And to add to that, I just wanted to also say that, I dropped my point in my head about the discovery is, people who think that they have a lot more evidence that they're holding back. That might be the case. I'm not saying a lot more. They might have something in their bag that they're holding back, but they can't hold back the big facts.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And the big facts is how you get to Bryan. What did he do exactly? Like, how you get to him? How do you make sense of that PCA? And if that's not in the discovery, they don't have shit. I'm sorry. And you can come at me all day long. You can come at me all day long
Mm-hmm.
with that one.
Absolutely.
They might, as you say, next Tuesday, they might find something else on Bryan. Who knows? But for now, no.
Or the other way.
Exactly.
It can go either way at any time with anybody, folks. You're right. That's exactly right, Golf. What was this? Well, then they're lying because they said they weren't holding anything back that they actually have. And what I'm saying you is, like, it doesn't have to be something that they're holding back. It's just something that could present itself new as the investigation goes along. They will just pop up out of nowhere. Because you heard them say they're still fielding all the tips from the tip line. They're still going through all of the digital evidence. They're still going through every piece of what they have, guys. They're not even close to being done with that stuff yet. It's being turned over. They just can't get to it because it's taken so long. Okay.
Well, and like she said, the cast, she has part of it, but she doesn't have the other part of it. So
right. And like I said, Bonnie, you're right. It's absolutely not trial by ambush, because that's not legal. It's just they don't have the time to get to it at this point. They're getting there as they go. And eventually we may get some big, huge piece of evidence that pops up in June, for God's sakes. And then be like, there it is. Hold on a minute. And then I'm sure documents are dropped. A new hearing is set to process this and to bring this out and to bring it to light, whatever we got to do. That's how this stuff works, but we just don't know yet. Okay. The thing is, folks, and everybody going to have to learn this, me included. It's going to be hard because this is the absolute biggest case we've ever looked at in our lives, folks. We got to say that. Everybody in here cannot deny that. Okay. This is the highest profile case we've ever seen and heard of. I'm almost 50 years old, and I can promise you that this one is, and it probably will ever be. Okay. But we have to learn patience on this. We're going to have to be patient because we don't want this rushed. Not that it matters if we want it or not. It won't be. But we don't want this rushed. Yeah, David, the most complex case as well. We want them to take their time to do it right, to prove Bryan's innocence or guilt the right way. And as we heard today, there's so much included in this. It's going to take some time. So we have to just be okay with that, be patient, and let it be what it is. I'm done ranting.
Let's listen to Ann.
Absolutely. I'll never have a problem listening to Ann.
Still an expert yet to be hired, that we need to find an expert that has the right expertise and will work on the case with us. We do have several, we're working with them, but there are still more that need to be found. And then let's come back to the discovery. I want to talk about some of the difficulties with discovery, and I want everybody to know that I am not disparaging the state when I say this. I'm describing a complication, a challenge, probably one that the state shares. In this case, we began asking for supplemental discovery in February of 2023. We had some initial discovery, and then we started looking at it and asking for other discovery. We are up to our 11th request for discovery, and there's, I think, 250 items total with subparts to that. The state will respond to us. They're not ignoring us. I'm not saying that at all. There's just a lot out there. But this is complicated because the discovery that we receive, the materials, there's videos, there's interviews, there's police reports, there's photographs, 13,000 photographs that come in, and they are not indexed. So you get a discovery file and there's tons of subfiles, and I believe this is the way the state's getting it too. And I believe this is complicated because we have multiple law enforcement entities that have been working on the case, and I believe they filter discovery through one of the entities and then it gets to the prosecutor. And I think they're hurrying as fast as they can to get the discovery to us. But so I think they're giving it to us as they get it. But there's no indexing in it. So you must open each of those files and see what you have. And you might have police reports in sequence, and then you might not. And you might have photographs, but you don't know which officer took them. You can tell where they are, but you don't know which officer, and you don't know what day because the officers were in that residence multiple times. So that's complicated to try to match all of those things up. There are things that we've asked for that have taken, it's just taken a long time. The court knows we've had motions to compel, and we've had some pretty lively debates about what certain things that we should have and certain things that they don't want us to have for other reasons. Those things take time as well. We don't have complete discovery. I don't think the state has complete discovery, but we definitely don't have complete discovery. I'll give you a couple of examples. There is a video that's a really important video, and we early on received some of it. And we are still waiting for the complete of it. The court would know from our 11th discovery request that there's still outstanding portions of that video that we need to have. And I think the state's working through it, trying to match up video and sound together for the completion, the full several days worth of video. But there's not even an estimated day when we'll get that. And that is critical for us to review and hear all of that. So that's an example, Your Honor, that is not us saying, we just don't want to file, we just want to drag our feet. That is us saying there are critical things that we don't have. I am very concerned about expert reports. We have a draft of one, the CAST report. The court had ordered that we receive the CAST report. It's a draft. I don't think the state has it. I don't think they're sitting back on it, but I don't have that yet. And there are completed materials all over the place like that we just don't have. Our team speaks with the prosecution team fairly regularly about these issues. We communicate by text and by email about things like this that are coming up. We've sat down and spoken with them. They're very open to talking to us, but this just isn't a closed deal. There has to be a deadline on discovery. There has to be a target date where that ends. And then there has to be time to make sure that we've read every piece of it, watched all the videos, looked at all of the photographs, and know where they came from. A few months from now is not a sufficient amount of time to do that. There is no possible way I can even read or watch everything I have now or react to things that are still coming in if we're to have a deadline in time for a summer of 2024 trial. There is no possible way that I would be effective in my investigation, in my presentation to a jury, if I don't have the state's expert materials ready to give to my experts and then give them a report to respond to. There is no way that I am effective assistance counsel if I haven't looked at every bit of discovery that's available. Recently, Your Honor, as recently as January 4th, we received discovery that contained over 9,000 tips that law enforcement had obtained. And we've had, this isn't a new issue, I think the court's heard about this before. We've had bits and pieces of tips, and they've come in and we've reviewed them. But the 9,000 new ones we received January 4th, those were closed out in October of 2023. And I don't think the state sat on them. I think that's an example of the process that they close them out so they can give them to us, but they go through other agencies before they get in the prosecutor's hands to get to us. I have to read every one of those 9,000 tips. There are things that matter to us in our innocence phase that have come up and been done, and I have to read them and appreciate them and react to them and see what's there. That's the duty I owe to Bryan. That's his right for effective assistance of counsel to have me do those things. Your Honor, summer of 2024, it's impossible for us to do it. Our team constantly meets, we constantly work. We are on this. This is our priority. Bryan's our priority, but we are not going to be ready in June 2024. Your Honor, I want to also talk about some of the other deadlines. One of the things in the state's motion for scheduling order had to do with the alibi defense. And as the court remembers, we had made some submissions and we needed more information before we could do anything more complete. We're still in that circumstance. But when the court vacated its scheduling order last fall, that was part of the scheduling order that was vacated. So the state asserts in its scheduling order that our time has expired, and that just can't be because the court didn't carve that out and say, I'm going to vacate everything but this. So we'll need a new date, but I'd ask the court to be really mindful of the other information we need. We need the cast report. We need other information of things that past agents and other specialists with the FBI might have done with cell towers and records. And I don't have all of those yet. I have some. And the state has pointed me to places that they believe I have more that maybe I missed in the discovery, and I'll look at those. But I'm going to need some time to do that. I wanted to let the court know as well, because the court's going to be considering a scheduling deadline for 12B motions. I want us to have a clear picture before we have that deadline. And the clear picture that I'm concerned about is the state's pathway of how Bryan Kohberger comes to their attention and is identified. I've read that PC affidavit over and over and over again, and I'm not sure. Over a year into this case and everything I've read, and I've spoken with our team, we're not sure how this.
There it is.
Nope, that's not it. That's not the one I was talking about.
Not you, but that's the one that I was talking about. And I'll keep going here in a second. Sure. That is the thing that right there that got me. This is an attorney, for Christ's sakes, and she still doesn't get it. Okay. So we're not that far off, folks, being just regular people with no law experience, looking at the BCA going, what the actual hell is this? When this attorney that's a good attorney is saying, no, I don't get it. We don't get it. None of them get it. You don't think that's a problem?
And it's not just an attorney. It's an attorney with more knowledge than we have. She's got discovery, and that's the important part of this.
And
is that she's unable to put two and two together.
Exactly. So exactly. They have discovery, they have this, they have that to be able to refer to, and they still don't get it, folks. Don't you think that's a problem? It should be. Anyway, sorry, Eddie. I just wanted to catch that when it came through. I knew it was coming. So
no worries.
The state decides on Bryan Kohberger. I know different pieces, but I don't know where they fit together. And the more work I do, the less I know about how they fit together. And that is critical for us to assess 12B motions. So while the court's doing deadlines for discovery, I need the court to have something with the 12B keyed on when I have full discovery. I also think it would be appropriate for the court to allow windows to file additional motions based on later disclosed materials too. I think we'll just keep getting materials until the court sets a deadline for it to be cut off. Not anybody's fault, just the magnitude of the case. And so I think that would be something appropriate for the court to set as well. That covers it.
Thank you. One more question. So sure. I understand this. I mean, I'm aware of the amount of disclosures already. But do we need a whole nother year after this summer? I mean, can I help everybody by having tighter deadlines to make things happen faster so that we can get this trial sooner?
That's a tough question. If the state says you have everything, and I believe they could say I have everything they have, but I know there's other things out there. I know it based on responses to discovery. If I had absolutely everything, all their experts' reports, I would still need a period of time to read and understand that. There's not a shortcut for the amount of time that it takes to go through everything. There's just not a shortcut for that. Having a deadline for discovery helps me, but it just does. Having a deadline for expert disclosures, that absolutely helps me as well. I have the concerns of discovery that's not yet made available. I have the concerns of the time it takes to review all of the materials. And I have the concerns about the limitations we're finding with people being willing to talk to us, both for the innocence phase and the mitigation phase, should we ever get there. I have significant concerns. We're working on it. If you could say,
You, Lily.
everything's going to go according to plan. I'm going to give you these deadlines, and all of the materials will be in the state's hands so they can give them to you. And the records you need will be given to you when you ask. And the witnesses that you need to speak with won't slam the door in your face. If you could tell me that, then I would say I could be ready by March of 2025. And that's me saying I'm going to spend every possible hour on Mr. Kohberger's case, which I've been doing and which I'm willing to continue to do, and so is the rest of his team. But my problem is that's best case scenario if we don't run into problems and delays getting records or getting people to talk to us. And if the next calls I make on the experts that I don't have yet secured, if they say yes and they're ready to go and have time to take it on, that's best case scenario. I'm nervous telling you I'll be ready by summer of 2025. I'm nervous telling you that.
This is priority for everybody, and I want to be realistic about it. I don't want to set it more than once. I only want to have one trial, one time, so it doesn't come back. We can only predict the future so much, and we have so much power. So I'm relying on counsel deeply. So let's go to Mr. Thompson and see what you have to say about all this. Just getting things ready for trial.
Ms. Taylor is not understating the amount of work that's involved in this case, Judge. I think that's fair to say, and there's more information that continues to be developed. It's kind of like you ask one question, you get an answer, and that leads to another question. I know that Ms. Taylor and her co-counsel and investigators are encountering that. We are trying to provide things as quickly as we can, and she's right. There are delays with the multiple agencies getting everything together. The tips, for example, were part of a nationwide tip line that needed to be completely shut down before we could get all the tips that were in it. And so that's why it took so long with these 9,000. I didn't count them, but there are thousands and thousands of tips, most of which are out there. But you're right, most of all of which need to be looked at to see if they have any potential relevance to the case. As I indicated to the court, if we cannot have a trial this summer, then I would say the earliest would be the summer of next year, for the reasons that I've described to the court about the practicalities of carrying on a trial of that duration with the high school, with the universities. We need to be realistic about being sure that we can get our witnesses here. We'll have something to put them, and there won't be undue interruptions in the community that can cause issues with the community's perception of the trial proceedings. I'm not quite sure what else I can offer.
You're making some kind of argument that changing venue, but I know we're not arguing about that.
And I don't think that's going to change anything, Judge. When this case has national, if not international, attention. This spring I was at Association of Council of Counties board meeting in McCall, and there was more news every morning from Boise on this case than we see up here. Every doggone morning. I have friends in this community who have traveled to Mexico, and they say, people here were from Moscow, and immediately they want to talk about this case. It's not Moscow. It's not Latah County. It's everywhere. So
Wait a
I
minute.
think the change of venue is going to solve.
Wouldn't that be how do you prove that? Isn't news like you can go to YouTube and watch the news? How is news going to be more, pronounced in one city than another town, right? How does one?
How do you prove
calculate that?
Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe based on population, maybe how they. What is that thing that they do where they go around the ratings? Shit. What is that called? Oh, hey, Jules, welcome back. Anyone else think that Ann was talking about Enid when she mentioned witnesses speaking to media and basically being compromised? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's a good question, though, Eddie. What is that called when they do the Nielsen's ratings? You know how they calculate how many people are watching what? That'd be the only way I can imagine they would be able to calculate something like that, Eddie. But to go into that point to be able to see that, you know what I mean?
Well, it's just you can't use your own experiences to prove a point, right? Because someone could have been traveling to that same exact town on that same day and talked to different people and had a different takeaway from that. Maybe he wasn't speaking to anybody, and that's the reason why his opinion is that people aren't as aware of the case in that town because he doesn't know anyone in the town, nor has he ever spoken to someone. So of course that would be I mean, that's just an example, but how do you even quantify, right?
Yeah.
And plus news. So is he suggesting that people only get their news from like the town paper or the TV, the regional TV?
Right.
Clad in black.
Because everyone carries a phone with them, they can get their news right on the phone.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, Eddie. And the thing is that we know that's garnered international attention. I mean, Dago's got followers from all over the world following this case, so there is no doubt about it.
Very
what
true.
I doubt is that Bill Thompson would know by now. I think he's just relying on his grandpa status there, and just throwing that in as a apropos or something to prove his point, which is irrelevant really, but I mean it goes along with what he's trying to say. He's afraid of going to trial right now because more things are coming in and we don't have all our shit in order. It's basically what he says.
Not to mention they don't have a case, period, in my opinion. I don't feel the prosecution has any way to put this man in jail at this moment.
His point is absolutely to fight the trial being moved to a different venue.
Yeah, exactly. Because it needs to be in Moscow because the community will support them no matter what. That's the problem. That's the problem, folks.
Yeah, so he's trying to establish, it's getting the same coverage all across the world. You can move it anywhere and it's not going to have any effect, Judge. You might as well just keep it right here.
We know if that is something that the judge will agree with them on. We know that he hasn't agreed in the past. He's brought that up already a few, months ago when he was talking about that. Even he was called to this. Like he's getting letters to be a what's it called? What is it called?
I know what you're trying to say, but
yeah.
55
Well, so basically, if he goes along with that, then we know something's up here. Something ain't right. Who's will, right? Or in Twin Peaks.
Yes, Twin Peaks, Moscow.
As Jesse likes to say, Twin Peaks.
Speaking of, I was getting ready to bring him up. I said that a long time ago that this case reminds me of the damn Twin Peaks. Laura Palmer. I mean, here's the thing though. Like you just brought Jesse up. Jesse Shull lives in Thailand, folks. Thailand.
I was talking about another Jesse. There's another girl. I think
Jesse Lynn. Yes.
Yeah, and she always brings up Twin Peaks.
But Jesse Shull lives in Thailand, and he gets every update to this case on point, and sends me Twitter tweets or X's, whatever the hell you guys call it, and other things. I got somebody in here that lives in South Africa that gets updates regularly, that knows everything about this case. We're everywhere, guys. We are everywhere. So that is just void. That comment's void as far as I'm concerned. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But that near Nez Pierce place is important. So let's go with that.
I guess my biggest point is he's an attorney. He should know that is not an argument. My experience is this. So therefore, let's just assume that that's going to be the same for everyone else's experience. So
to be all end all, right?
Yeah, that is not what you'd call, I guess, that's called hearsay at best.
In essence, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But
agree.
Moving now, she stands up again to have another say after Bill Thompson speaks.
Coming.
I think it's if we're going to be listening for what it is I was talking about, which we don't have to. We're not.
Oh no.
Everybody wants to. We can.
No, I'm down to listen to anything Ann has to say. I'm ready to hear it.
I just want to add one more thing before we move on.
Yes, ma'am.
If you ever talk about Ann grasping at straws, think of this one, who just grasped at straws.
He's got both his hands out there reaching for him too. You see it, right?
I'm just throwing that out there.
Yes, that's facts. That is facts, folks. Listen, you're never gonna get me to say anything bad about Ann Taylor. I'm sorry. I think that this woman is in to here. She's not over her head yet, but she's right here, and she's doing everything she can do to provide the best possible service to Bryan Kohberger, in my opinion. So
Her heart and soul is in this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I do feel that she absolutely feels that he's innocent of this. I do. So,
Yeah.
you know, you can't go any better than that. You can't get any better than that, in my opinion. Sorry, I'm just saying. So just keep that in mind, everybody. That's my opinion.
Solve any of these problems. And the state's position on venue is that the case should be held here. It's a Latah County case. We believe that we can select an appropriate panel of jurors from Latah County. We have the tools to work with that we've discussed with Your Honor. In fact, we already have a fairly comprehensive draft juror questionnaire to send out so that the court and counsel can assess the level of knowledge and the feelings of the potential jury pool. But we think that we at least owe Latah County, the people of Latah County, the attempt to seat a jury here first, and not just rely on there's been a lot of publicity. There's been a lot of publicity everywhere. The only place I've heard that there wasn't publicity is in Lewis County. Somebody was talking to a court clerk down there, and they happened to mention co-rotation. Said, "What are you talking about?" So if we want to change venue, I guess we could go to Nez Perce.
Kind of small.
It's kind of small. Lodgings aren't very good as far as a lot of lodging, but I think that is a practical observation on this case. It's not just here. It's not just Moscow. It's not just Latah County.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Thompson. So you're saying, looking at this realistically and the amount of information, evidence, non-evidence, that might be looking at summer of 2025?
I'm saying that could be where we end up, Judge. I am still concerned about the victims and their families. I mean, they have suffered for well over a year now with a lot of uncertainty, and that's painful. It's an everyday reminder, and they need some certainty and they need some closure in a timely fashion. But we know we also have to make sure, as Your Honor just said a few minutes ago, that we only do this case once. It doesn't come back on appeal. It doesn't come back for subsequent things saying that somebody made a mistake. We want to do it right. And the factors are in front of Your Honor. I think that you're certainly in a good position to make the best decision.
It's a decision that pulls me in two different.
I appreciate that, Judge.
Yeah. I'm upset right now. I mean, I'd like to get a little closer with discovery and see if we can have that more quickly. I'd like to speed it up if it's possible. I'd really like to do this sooner than later. I mean, maybe March 2025, which Taylor, that would be a reach. I just want to let it percolate a little bit. I know everybody probably here, including counsel, want to direct a certain date. But when you're talking about a date so long in the future, potentially, maybe we can get to a point where we can move it more quickly. I'm not going to just let it hang for too long, but it's really hard for me right now to set something in 2025, even though that might be just the reality. And I know that there's lots of other issues to be addressed. I know there are going to be a lot of motions. Going to be a lot of motions about the death penalty as well. So it's realizing to think that we have to have a case so far in the future. But if that's what is the right thing for everything to do it correctly, maybe we only have to do it one time. Yes.
Honestly, you guys, 2025 is not that big of a deal. He's making this seem like it's such a big damn deal that they might have to set the trial for 2025. We're in 2023. This is not that big of a damn deal. Deal with this. I mean, come on, this is your job, bro.
Actually, we're in 2024.
Or 2024. I'm sorry. Thank you.
We knew what you meant.
We're a year out, guys. It's a minimum, okay? And it's like, look at his face. I'm mad right now. I'm kind of, this is too far out. I understand that the families have suffered wholeheartedly, folks. I agree. There's somebody sitting in jail right now that has been sitting in jail for over a year right now that nobody even knows if he's the suspect. Okay. That's all I'm saying.
I think though, as his job, sorry.
No, you're fine.
That's sort of his job, is to try to push a trial as soon as possible.
I get that too. I do.
So I think that's what he's doing. He might be pressured.
And I think he's doing it for the families mostly. But again, you can't rush this at the same time because it has to be done right. That's the only thing, the only point I'm trying to make. That's all.
Yeah.
3 times, because no matter what happens, okay, if he's convicted, it's going to be appeal, and that's also challenged. So my heart goes out to the victims. I can't even imagine the pain, the grief, because you can't really go forward if your life is hanging over your head. So sorry. We'll see. All right. So I'm going to contemplate a little bit. It's not like I have to set this within 2 or 3 months, apparently. And I want to do the right thing. Okay. So does that conclude what we need to talk about today, Mr. Thompson?
Please so, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Taylor?
Yes, right.
Okay. Well, thank you all. We are adjourned.
Okay, did we miss that part then, Eddie, somewhere?
Well, we must have. It's something that isn't absolutely necessary.
We're gonna be coming back to this.
We're gonna
again
come back to it. Yeah,
this
well,
coming week.
have
So
opportunity.
in fact, like I said, I have a show set in my mind where I want to go down and break down the entire hearing piece by piece by piece by piece together. So that's coming this coming week too. So we could throw it into that with no problem, I think.
You got a lot of Easter eggs in this one, I think. I knew this was going to happen, honestly.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what we're going for on an Easter egg hunt next week. That's a fact.
Yeah. Can I also just throw one more thing to the fact of why they want this so quickly?
Yes, ma'am.
Look how they treated the family so far. This has got nothing to do. This is politics. This is time management. The judge has a responsibility as it comes to the budget, right? So
Right.
think about that. Another year out, that means more money. The state is either going to have to, the state is going to have to pay for this trial, right? And the attorneys and the prosecution and everything. So this is all about the cash, in my opinion, is to get as soon as possible.
Absolutely. I'm confused here. Yeah, we're definitely going to be doing this this week on that, and we're going to be covering a couple other things about this down the road. Obviously, I'm trying to see. Oh, Greg said something about Saturday in a Nez Perce courtroom on Zoom with Judge who was in Clearwater County, Orofino, sexual offender meaning sex. Yeah, no, I got you, buddy. A minor, Eric Scott Lewiston, ID. What? Okay, I'm a little confused, buddy. I didn't completely get what you're saying. This case is about the families. Did I miss something else there, Greg? Gonna get my gifted membership. No, I'm not gonna take your membership because of your feelings, brother. Don't worry about that. Everybody has the right to their feelings on things. You're fine. I understand that. So this case isn't about the feelings. Like he wants people to believe it's about the victims and the defendant, if guilty or innocent, in the pursuit of justice for the victims. I don't know, guys. The judge's body language today, I got to be honest with you, it threw me in a different direction completely as far as my thought process with the way he feels about this. I got to be honest with you. I'm just saying. I don't know. You cannot go to a death penalty trial without having all the required discovery. Never mind, not even having the time to read through it all. That's a good point, Heather. Very good point. Can anyone name another death penalty case where the suspect sits in jail? I can. Well, no, not. Okay, so one of the reasons why I got into this true crime is because of a friend of mine that was assaulted, murdered, everything you can think of. Everything is horrible. The guy that happened back in, let me see, I was 12, I'm 49. The man is still sitting on death row. Okay, they knew it was him the whole time, though. That's the difference. And it shouldn't take that long. I'm just telling you. The appeals and all this stuff like that, it should be a little bit more cut and dry. She needs more help is one thing I'm telling you guys. I feel wholeheartedly. Let me see. I'm trying to catch up with you guys. If he wants to push for a trial, he needs to get on the state for not handing over what they have, since clearly they have it. Or whoever does have it, Jody. I agree. They need to get her help. Technology specialist, Greg said. Is that part of that case you're talking about, Greg, back here? IT Lewiston computer specialist. Okay. I see what you're saying. I'll have to look into that. It should have been turned over a year ago. Yes, sir.
One of the things that I'm wondering the most about after today is, so at some point in time in the future, this AM hearing should be something that someone could request under a FOIA request, I'm sure.
I don't think we can if the case is still active, though.
No, not an active case, but like once we're 99 years old.
Yeah, right. 28 years later, right.
But my question is, since it is a two-part, supposedly, closed hearing, the first part was for the motion to unseal argument, and the second part was the already scheduled defendant's motion to reconsider. So if someone did a FOIA request on that at some point in the future, I wonder if that first part, the motion to unseal argument, would ever even be something that would be available.
It would have to be on record, I would believe. If it was sealed before trial, it's sealed because of trial, right?
Yeah, it's
So
sealed.
leading up to the trial, it's sealed for that reason. After the trial, though, wouldn't it be open and available? It would have to be, I would think, in reference to be able to understand why they came to their decisions on this, right?
You would think, but that's why I'm wondering, is if someone did a FOIA request on that in the future, and are you only going to be able to get the second part of that morning's closed hearing?
That's a good question. That is something to look into, possibly. I'm sure we could ask questions and find that out. That's a fact.
Something went on in that hearing that is just, it doesn't add up.
No, and he didn't waste any time. He sat there at the beginning of this hearing and said no, no, and no. That was it. He didn't even deliberate it. Okay, he didn't think about it. He didn't talk about it at all and say, well, maybe this, or this. But then there's this. He didn't do any of that. All he said was, I just no.
Well, and that book he already had it open and to a page. So he was already prepared to.
It was locked and loaded. That's right. That way he could read it and say no.
Yep.
But those are my thoughts.
I feel like Eddie's right about the first hearing had some part in that. Okay. And whatever went on in that hearing throughout this whole day, I just feel like, I almost feel as if, I hate to say this, but I don't know if it's the families themselves. I doubt it. Okay. Somewhere, somehow, somebody's putting pressure on him. I just feel like that could be a thing. I could be wrong.
I feel that too. And the way you said it is, diplomatic enough so that you said it, but you didn't say it.
That's right. And you know what I meant. Okay. So somewhere, somehow, somebody's putting pressure on him. And that's how I'm reading this, folks. I'm not, taxed in law all over the place. I'm just saying I've followed enough of this. I've been involved in enough of this for the past year and then some. It's coming from somewhere. And I can almost say that there's a financial tag on the end of it. Okay. That's just my opinion. It doesn't mean anything else.
Mine too.
So I think since we're going to be in here tonight, I probably should bring it down because I could talk about this all day. But we've been live for 4 hours, so I got to save a little bit of air for later.
Thank you
I'll
so
see you
much
later
for having
tonight,
me.
Dago, and maybe everybody else too in chat.
What'd you say there, buddy?
I said I'll see you then later tonight, Dago, and maybe a lot of the other people in chat too as well. And Bombshell, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely.
Thank
Absolutely.
you. Thank you.
Thank
Golf.
you for being up here.
Always love having you here, Golf. Eddie, you
Thank
as
you.
well. I love your guys' intellect, and I love the insight you bring out onto the table with this. It always helps. It always helps. So thank you guys, both of you, so very much for being here. We do appreciate it. If I don't see you both later, I hope you have a wonderful night. And if I do, well, I can't wait to see you again. So everybody in chat that was involved, thank you for that. You guys are great for following, staying with me all day. There was everybody in the universe was live today, and you guys chose here. That means a whole hell of a lot to me, folks. It means a lot to me and Mama Bear both. I'll tell you that much.
It does.
God bless you guys for that. You could have went anywhere you wanted to, and you were right here with us. So that means a lot. Tonight, like I said, we're going to be doing a little something different to take our minds off all of this crap that we eat, breathe, shit, sleep about every day, because that's all it is. But anyway, we're going to take our minds off that a little bit and do something a little bit different. It's a little more fun. So Riddler said, "You can't leave. I'm just getting started." That's all right, Riddler. We'll have plenty for you, brother. I promise. You'll be on the panel talking about it too. Next, like I said, guys, next week I have some shows that I want to do in regards to this. I want to pull this hearing apart because this one was different. I don't know if everybody else felt it or saw it, but it was different to me in a lot of ways. It came off in there was a different feel to it, if that makes any sense, guys. And everybody, I think you guys did see it because of the observations you guys made, okay? And I think we all saw the same things. That's a problem, folks. If we're all noticing the same things, okay. So there you go, Heather. I'm right there with you. So again, everybody, thank you so much for joining us today. We'll see you guys here in just a couple hours. If that, and again, I appreciate you guys so very much. Anybody that may have donated to the any of the links up there, God knows I appreciate that. It was not expected, but more than appreciated. Anybody that donated to Mama Bear, because she's more important to me, I've come to find out. Thank you so much for that as well. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. But anyway, we do appreciate you guys so very much. You guys are an amazing community, and I can never tell you that enough, folks. I love you guys to pieces. Have a great night. For those of you that I won't see tonight, I will see you tomorrow for sure. And everybody else, I will see you here in a little bit. Don't forget to love yourselves, to love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves because you are the beautiful people. Bye-bye.
He knows that too, Heather. Bye, guys. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Try for 3 days in a row.
That is true too. That's true, Heather. Very, very true.
He knows that.
There's actually more to it than that, Heather. It's a fear thing. It's a real fear. Just saying, it really is. All right, guys. Everybody, great show today. Great day today. Great time. You guys are all amazing. I love you guys so very much, and I will see you guys soon. Why is this not working?
I don't know, because operator error.
Well, of course, because look at this guy. There it is. There it comes. All right, guys. Guys, get some to eat. Eat your dinner. It's late. It's almost 7 o'clock. Good God. We've been live for a little while. Thank you, guys. Again, Mama Bear, I'm glad you were here today. I wasn't expecting it, but it was a very, very welcomed, wonderful thing.
Yes. It was fun.
We might even have you tomorrow, too. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
What am I going to do?
I don't know.
Take care, everybody.
Right.
Much love to you
Bye.
all. God bless.